Chat. Chat. No, I didn't fall asleep. I'm just... I'm really dizzy and I don't get dizzy. I don't know what happened. I'm gonna stream, but no promises because I don't know what the fuck's why I'm busy. But I'll stream. Alright, well, here we are. It is indeed Valentine's Day, I think, right? I think so. You guys can hear me, right? Everything good? I don't know what frame mogging is. When... Well, didn't we already try to explain to you what mogging was, Grumpy? I thought maybe I could try to do something interesting with my makeup, but now I'm dizzy, so that kind of doesn't make sense for me to attempt, does it? Anyway, hello. Probably just dizzy from spiking cortisol after some heavy chest recruiting, free mogging, and chat max. That's what I'm saying. I think I'm just mogging too hard. I actually don't know what it was. I was fine. I was fine when I woke up, and then I was like, it was when I was standing that I started to be like dizzy. I guess dizzy's the right word, right? And I'm like, that's weird, but then it didn't stop. My hands are very dry, so I am applying lotion to them. But then I'm going to see if there's something interesting I can do with my makeup, because I don't know. It's already mid-February. Damn fucking right it is. President's Day is Monday, is it? Oh, also, this is a shirt from my office job. We all know how I feel about my office job. I love my office job. And because I love my office job, I have obviously a very, you know, appropriate attire for my office job, which consists of a dress shirt for my office job. So, that's what I'm wearing. And is what I'm wearing. Okay. Cool. Alright. Yeah, I'm here to do business. I'm gonna write in chat, I am dizzy. I should not have set up that quickly. I'm dizzy. LOL. I'm gonna pin it. I don't understand why I'm dizzy. Okay. I might need my mirror. Oh, today's the new day of Bloxfest though. I also have saltines here because I think maybe I need to heighten my blood pressure. I think maybe my blood pressure is really low. What is the barn factory? Oh, whatever function. Dude, that's the thing. I started to think to myself, well, I have to have taken something. Not like a drug, but you know, like eaten something weird or had too much caffeine or salt or something, right? And Nothing. At least nothing in the past like 48 hours. Nothing new. Oh yeah, guys, Clav was at Fashion Week. What do we think? What's LPP? Oh, is there a punchline to this? Oh. Well, oh. Yeah, I'd imagine, because, you know, the blood flowing and all that, but, see, but why would that give me low blood pressure, Grumpy? That doesn't make sense. No, but here's the thing. Then this is before, like earlier. But then I tried to lay down because I'm like, oh, maybe like, you know, I don't know. I thought maybe the blow dryer on my hair might have been like doing something to like not open up, you know what I mean, do not restrict the blood vessels like in my head or something. That's what I assumed. But then I tried to lay down and that didn't help either. This joke may not be your aesthetic, however, jokes can be aesthetic. Oh no. 5 pounds of deli. Oh. Ooh. My 3 Lin, what? Okay, go ahead, tell me. I need to know. Alright. I have... the proud, the 30%, literally. That's what I'm saying. What should I do for my makeup? Well, I'm glad you're part of the 30% Ben Bass and Beyond. You need to buy a Switch 2 by the end of the month. Why? Is there a game coming out you want? Powerful. See, I only brought a select group of products in this bag I have here to my desk. So, I'm not sure how powerful we could go. So I have a mirror here. That's what I was looking for primarily. Leon's Kennedy, the dude traveled everywhere and there were zombies? Oh no, I don't have this charged. I need to remember to charge.
Ambitious Doormat donated $100. Did you have a good breakfast? Maybe eating something would help.
Hold on. Oh no, I don't even have the Twitch thing open. Why is it not loading? That is really weird. This is... Oh my god, okay, it worked. Oh my goodness, thank you so much, Ambitious Storm, for the $100 donation! Did you have a good breakfast? I did not have any breakfast yet, technically. Maybe eating something. That is a good point. I did eat. I thought plenty of salty things before, but I agree. I think eating something might help. I do have some saltines here, which I thought might help a little, because it's definitely not... I didn't do anything abnormal enough that would cause this. Like, I ate plenty of stuff yesterday, so... You know, breakfast is always a bad day for me. It depends. For me, sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. I go in, they're like trends of when it's good and when it's bad. But thank you for the $100 donation. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, I put in the title that we're discussing League. That is true. I do want to discuss. I do want to discuss League. I would love to discuss. Dude, sorry. I'm so out of it. Thank you so much for the $100 donation. That is insane. Let me also make sure stream labels is... There. Yeah? Okay. Let's go, the Foxer potato! Consider connecting the eyeliner to the eyebrow and extending it to the ear. You know, I don't understand, but maybe you're onto something. Maybe I've doubted you. Sometimes the body misfires. If it's an isolated anomaly, likely nothing frequency increases the chance of problematic potential. For sure. I know. It's just I've never... Plenty of weird things happen. Plenty of things can happen, semi-frequently that aren't technically bad. But I don't really get dizzy, and I especially don't get dizzy, randomly when I stand up without it stopping and then get dizzier when I lay down, but it doesn't happen. Is that your part of a McDonald's uniform? Are you finally getting a job? I wish. No, that'd be fun. Well, I'm glad we got to talk about League and now we can move on to other things. Exactly, guys. League over. League done. League of Legends discussion done. I'm trying to not crease my hair, but I want it out of the way. Okay, well, let's see. I'm gonna use this. I like this. This is fun. We'll see what this is. Oh, I also really like this. I'm gonna use that. Probably gonna use this. We'll see. Definitely gonna use this. The colors in this, I don't even think you can get this anymore, but the colors in this, I love them. They work so well on me. Where is... Oh, there it is. Okay. Hi, Christifa. Hello. Oh, I used the wrong. I'm so out of it. I'm so out of it. Lucky for me, that didn't really do anything. Okay. I need to hold the mirror. I can see it in my hand.
Christifa has subscribed for 1 month.
Thank you, Christifa. Oh, thank you, Monster, for gifting a sub to Christifa. Guys, look, I'm Chad. I'm basically him, you know? That's me. I'm him. Look at the dramatic shadow on my Chad jawline. Look how much of a shadow. If I use makeup, I pay good money for a case. It looks like a 3DS and the makeup box looks like that. That'd be really cool. Giga Chad makeup went. I used to do basically Giga Chad makeup every day. I talked about this before. For a long time, especially for stream, my makeup was, I don't, it's hard to put into words because I didn't have to put it into words in order to do it. But what I would do basically would be anything that, just nothing that would be considered like, what's the right word? Okay, because in my mind I categorize makeup into 2 categories, like, right? Like one of them is just like, you know, your eyebrows or, you know, a clear chapstick or like, something to even out your skin tone or something, right? But then there's stuff that's like straight up glitter that you put under your eyes. Like nothing like this would ever like actually occur in nature. So obviously a lot of people do a little bit of both, a little bit of here, a little bit of there, right? But my makeup for a long time was just the things that technically, I thought of it as like my boyish makeup. Like it was just like, there was nothing fancy, you know? There's no glitter. There's nothing. It was just like my eyebrows. Mug up! I love that. Guys, maybe I should do a Chad. Should I do a guy? No, because people would just get mad at me if I actually did like a guy makeup tutorial. If I did it sincerely, they'd be like, this dumb void. This didn't do anything. See, one of the things I like about, I've talked about this before. There are like 2 ways you can do makeup. You can use a lot of a few things, or you can use a little bit of a lot of different things. And I'm just barely going in with like the lightest hand here. It's like a watercolor, you know? Like, So you're a minimalist makeup? I wouldn't say I'm a minimalist, no. Maybe I am having a vascular like blood flow thing. My hand looks like purple. Okay. I want to go more intense. We want like intense. Let's do a little like there. Well, I don't. It's not about how good your eyes are. You asked for the guy makeup? Wait, you asked for the guy makeup for like 3 years ago, but okay, fuck me, I guess. Oh no! So wait, do you guys want me to do like haha funny Foxer looks like Chad? Like Foxer cosplays as a Chad, like as Chad? Or do you guys actually want me to do like actual sincere advice I would give to a guy for makeup that's not meant to look like makeup? Because I could do both. Not both. I could do either. I don't think I'd want to do both. Sweetheart Sona, not available. Are you kidding me? That sucks. Both, but serious if only one. Yeah, if you guys had to pick one, tell me which one you'd want. Boxer tries to look like Giga Chad, or actual tutorial for guys that I would give sincerely. Actual tutorial? Weird. And I know that, you know, there are probably like a handful of you who are like, no, like it doesn't have to be like, doesn't look like makeup. You can do like masculine makeup that looks like makeup. And I think anyone who wants to do that, there are probably plenty of videos out there. If you just want to do your own makeup that looks like makeup if you're a guy. You know, like who, like, at that point, I don't know how I could really help, but I think the purpose, if I were to do it, would be, like, you know, just the equivalent of ironing your shirt. I don't know how else to put it. I'm like shiny on one side of my face. Probably when I was dizzy. Didn't do anything. I think I'm tired. You need something like this? I'm sorry, it got censored. You like makeup on men? Is that what you took away from everything I said? What I like on men is crazy. Hi, Avatar. I'm thinking.
Slenderx
That does
cheer.
barely anything.
X100.
Yo, thank you, Slender, for the 100 bits. Yeah, did you guys see that Clav was at New York Fashion Week? What do we think of this? A clown was at New York Fashion Week? Yeah, Clav too, but that's epic, yo. Yeah, but what do we think of that? White Islander, you're the most beautiful woman in the world. That's cap, but thank you. Yeah, I'm actually surprised they don't have it. Why would they not have a league skin like that for Valentine's? True, Louch. True. Sakura Miku will drop for springtime? What do you mean drop? That's what I assumed. I was looking at them. I have Heartseeker drinks, but I was looking to see if they had any new ones. For any of the new ones I've been playing. And I checked 204 stream. I didn't see any. I just thought maybe I didn't look hard enough. Guys, I keep having like an air pocket peek in the back by my molar. I don't know why. Like it feels like air's getting stuck. That's why I keep moving my face. You look like you could ruin my life, but I like it. I wouldn't. Don't worry. I don't bite. Exactly. I'm no life ruiner. Okay. Let's use the funny little fan brush. Oh. I'm just putting this highlighter on for overall tone. I'm still gonna use the other one that I think is brighter. Yo, let's go, Slender. Yeah, there is a tiny Christmas tree in the back. I told myself I'd get rid of them when it stopped feeling so wintry, and it hasn't. So. Yeah, no, not really festive. I took the tree out. But... He lives in a van now? No! Robbie, you should do van vlogs. Brushing the upper lip. I have not seen others do that. I wouldn't call it brushing the upper lip, but... yeah. Basically, I'm taking something kind of reflective, and I'm putting it on parts of my face that I find to be reflective. Or, parts of my face that I look at and I think they stick out. So that's why I'm doing it like here, here, and here, and here. So now I'm gonna do it on my nose. Yeah, you're probably correct about that, Glenn. And then I'm gonna blend all that. Because brushing, blushing, whatever it's called, it's a neat idea. Thanks. Then I'm gonna outline my lips. You have to be really good at tracing for this, otherwise you're screwed. Oh no, there isn't a light. I keep forgetting the light isn't working on this hand mirror. Oh, this is 10 times more difficult. This is gonna be so uneven. I can tell. Oh yeah, I'm messing up already. Who cares though? It don't matter. Happy marketing day. True. I don't play Morgana, so no. Is that a thing that's in the shop right now? So I need all my Cheez-Its at work. Oh no, can't have shit in Detroit. Oh no. That sucks. It does, Darrison, yeah. I'm hoping to start doing van build vlogs this year, but I want to get the interior complete, or at least mostly cover with fabric first, so it's more camera friendly. Right now it's just bare insulation and soundproofing, and it looks like a crack house. I don't want that to be anyone's first impression of the project. I mean, on the other hand, people might think it's cool to go back and be able to look at like what you started with. But of course, at the end of the day, it's up to you. What are you up to today? Check the title. Keep the title. Oh, Champion by Jinx. Jinx, Jinx, Jinx. In case you can't already tell, 70% of what I'm doing is going over things that are already there, with brushes that don't have anything on them, just to move it or manipulate it in some way. Very cool. What is blocks, dude? What do you mean, what is blocks? Eh. It's fine. Lip stuff goes away within like an hour anyway. Don't matter. Okay. Okay, dude? What's wrong? What do you mean, okay, dude? By the way, do you use perfume? And if yes, what's your go-to brand instead? Not a perfume. Not a perfume. Juliet has a gun. A couple different reasons. One, I didn't know this when I first smelled it, but it's hypoallergenic. And I'm not super sensitive to smell, but some smells do make me a little nauseous. And that one. Oh, what? You don't like that one? Is there something wrong with that? Yeah, I had that thought, but like there's other things about like I need to have a consistent schedule in order to not burn out. Building habits, like giving the time I need to do the work plus edits, the videos plus my work plus stay healthy. Well, having a pre-project that's more relaxed while I get into the swing of things makes sense if I try to start right away. I mean, yeah, unless you like just made 2 videos and then realized exactly what you had to do. No, I wouldn't say I'm allergic to the smell. Sometimes I'm just a little sensitive. Yeah. I said the one I like is hypoallergenic, that's what I said. Yeah, I'm not big on any of the classics. I don't like Miss Dior, I don't like Chanel No. 5. I don't know why, they just smell not great to me. I'm Gucci Flora, that's not really a classic, it's new, right? But new, relatively new, like past 5 years new. That one doesn't smell bad, but not really great. Gives me kind of a little bit of a headache. It's not like I'm not one of those people that like goes into a room and smells perfume and gets a headache. It's not like that. It's just I have to like something to wear it, and if there's even a chance that on like a weird off day it might give me a headache, I don't... Like I wouldn't be able to douse myself in it without thinking. Chocolate and roses? That's a good thing to want to smell like, I think. There's probably a perfume out there that smells like that. People, for whatever reason, there's always someone in chat who tends to seem to be very knowledgeable about fragrance, you know? Oh, I like Daisy Dream. Both the Eau de Toilette and Eau de Parfum. I think they smell a little different from one another, and I've had other people tell me the same. But I do like that one. I don't think that one's ever given me a headache. #1 mog for guys. Clear gel on your eye. Alright. I'll do mascara later probably. But now here's something really fun. Very fun. What could this be? Tear eyeliner. What could this be, Chad? What on earth could this stuff be? Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Look, isn't that so cool? Shiny. So cool, thank you. Witchcraft? I'm confused. Why would you need to do something about witchcraft? It's glaring a bit. Yeah, that's the point. No, this is not white. This is like bronzy gold. I'm so confused. I'm trying to follow whatever conversation is happening in chat right now, and I'm not following it at all. Why cap tall? Mature but nice though. I don't feel like Chanel No. 5 smells like mature. I feel like it smells... Why cap tall? Because grumpy. If cap short, hold like this. For the girl. No, even if you were a guy, why would you hold it like this? That would be so hard. You get it now. God. Did I have anything else I was gonna do? I didn't really do anything interesting. Well, that sucks. Is it weird for guys when you like makeup? I want to try it. I don't think it's weird. We were actually talking about that earlier. Makeup doesn't have to be like glittery and sparkly. And it's fine if you're a guy and you want to try it glittery and sparkly too. But doesn't have to be. You can do like basic stuff. Dude, this girl I've talked to for I think literally 8 years just told me she thought I was 6 feet tall. Why the fuck did she think this? There's no way I ever told her how tall I was at any point. Maybe she just thought you like had that energy or like you looked like someone who was? I don't know. Is she insisting you told her that? Or is she just like, oh no, I thought you were. She just thought, oh, well then. Yay! Good morning, chat. Hello, Phoenix. You'd think if you knew someone for 8 years, then maybe you wouldn't mix them up with them, but you know. That is such a good email, Mazwin! I love that. I mean, She's seen me thousands of times. I don't know, maybe I mean, how regularly are you sending her full body shot? Like, an entire, like... How often are you sending her something like that? No, I'm not mogging hard enough. I need my hunter eyes. Oh, I should do a hunter eyes tutorial. Isn't that what all the looks maxers talk about? Have you tried standing next to a loaf? True, I should. Yeah, I'll have to do a mogging tutorial. No, because then the looks maxers will find me and tell me I'm not mogging. But I'm not doing it right. I feel like there's a weird dot, but it's not there in real life. It just looks like it's there on camera. I don't know what that is. See, this is why I usually don't just have things in a bag. Breakfast time? What are you having for breakfast? Now that I know Grumpy's height, I'm going to start treating him differently. Do you think this girl's gonna treat you differently now, Grumpy? It's your birthday? Happy birthday! That's a cool birthday, Valentine's Day. You're now 21. 21? 21? I'm seeing something about a sleep schedule. What does this have to do with your height? That's what I would like to know. That's what I would like to know. Cool. Maybe mascara later. I don't feel like it right now. You want her to stop talking to you? Oh, so that's what it has to do with what time she goes to sleep. You don't want to talk to her. Oh, then just stop talking to her. The fuck? But then she would feel bad. Just say you're busy. Boxer, you don't get it. It's a guy thing? Wait, explain. Is this a guy? What is this? I've never heard of this. Just don't talk. What? You're hoping she stops talking to you? But I'm not busy, Boxer. I can't say that. Well, then why don't you want to talk to her if you're not busy and she's bothering you? Yeah, so you're gonna go get milk. You say it like you're obligated, like you're obliged to speak to her before sleep. But thanks for the shirt compliment. You are? Why? I don't get it. It'd be rude not to. Why am I dizzy again? I wasn't dizzy while I was doing my makeup, now I am. That's crazy. It's so weird. Alright, well, let me put this stuff away. Oh my god, what is going on? My hands are purple. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. I don't have salt pills with me. I used to have them on hand. Ugh. Okay. Alright. Right back. One sec. Not going far. Okay, hello. 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 Happy Valentine's Day, Tanner. What's good? What's poppin'? That's so weird that the moment I'm done with the makeup, I feel kind of dizzy again. You live and you learn, right, chat? Whatever, I'll just... There's my hands again. Not that that's the problem. Show the outfit? I'm not wearing anything like, I'm not wearing like a full fit. I'm just wearing a cool shirt. The Zoom meeting special, exactly. Yeah, I don't have like, matching, like, bottom half for, shoes or accessories or anything. I'm not wearing any. Oh gosh, okay. Well. I like your hair like that. Thank you. I don't know what like that is, like straight. Chairwoman, that's me. I'm in the chair and I'm woman. Making deals? Oh, so many deals. Shampooed? Yeah, I like my hair straight. Sometimes too. A lot of the time. It depends. Okay. So... Is snow still falling today? Is it naturally straight? My hair is naturally straight, but it's not like the kind of straight where it's not the kind of straight where it will perfectly just lay straight. Every hair has a slight wave to it, but none of it goes in the same direction. So yes, but not like laminated straight. I wouldn't call mine wavy because I feel like that's a very particular hair type, but do I ever curl it? You're a fake fan if you're asking that. Snow falling today though. Have you went through a systematic process to finally find the best shampoo, or did you just buy whatever you want? Neither. I guess closer to the first. It's a combination of me trying different things, using different things, looking up different things, researching different things, and it's not that I've just decided this is the best shampoo or that's the best shampoo, even just for me. Sometimes you need different things, you know? Your hair might sometimes need different things. That's what I would say. Different things on different days. They're different use cases. Like, there's some things that I would never in a million years wash my hair with every single day, but there are other things I would. Some things I'd use like once a week. It depends. Anything special today? No. I thought about doing something interesting. Let's do some fun makeup for sure, but then I realized I didn't really bring any fun products to my desk, so. I love sulfates. Parabens I don't really care about, but I love sulfates. If something doesn't have sulfates, I'm already suspicious of it. You went to the taco place? Really? Did you, Numpy? I thought shawarma were the new tacos. Still longer. Don't worry. I'll be your date if you pay. I'm not looking for a date. The texture of hair in video games is a bit unreal. A bit? I was talking to Num. Then you gotta ping them. The shawarma guy moved to a different city. There was only one shawarma guy. It was just one guy. There's just one guy where one guy? Why don't you become the new shawarma guy then? Duh. No, but you're always saying like, oh, every business is basically a scam. Like everyone could do basically everything. I could just like get Hanes t-shirts for $5 and then print something really dumb on them and it would be designer and everyone would buy it. Just make the shawarma place. Do you use conditioner every time after you shampoo? Good question. So, if I'm in a predicament where for some reason I don't want to use shampoo or I don't want to use conditioner, I would use a different product to begin with. If I were to use a shampoo with sulfates in it, or anything that I deem worthy of being a shampoo, because I like shampoos to clean, it would be very difficult for me to not follow it with at least like the tiniest bit of conditioner or something. My hair would be very tangled. My hair is very, very tangled. Naturally. When I was a kid, I would just, not through me not brushing it, but just like, I would just sit there during the school day. I'd just sit, and then like just after like 45 minutes, I'd have like a knot in the back of my head. I don't know what it was. It must have been how I moved my head or something. I don't know. But, I'm very prone to knots in my hair, so yeah, I couldn't have that, no. I couldn't have that. But if I for some reason I didn't want to use a shampoo and conditioner, I would use a 2-in-1 or a co-wash or conditioner. What are your thoughts on like clean hair versus what do you mean natural hair? The fight between not having gross hair and having dried up frizzy hair. If cleaning your hair means it's dried out and frizzy, you're doing it wrong. It was me. I sat behind you and wanted to know when you know I liked you. This kind of thing. Oh, you putting the knots in my hair? Thanks, clown. Not like the no poo crowd. I've never actually heard a real person I know claim they do no poo. Ever. Ever. That's what I'm saying, Bowser. Everyone's different, and people who say you can like train your hair are crazy. I think when it comes to that, there are like there's like the hippie category of person who could literally just stop shampooing or bathing, and it somehow eventually they'll just kind of get away with it. That's not training your hair, right? That's not training it. There's some people who are like, oh, I wash every day and the next day it gets oily, so I'm gonna start washing it once a week and I'm training it. No, you're not training it. That isn't a thing. That isn't a thing. That isn't a thing. That's not real. That is definitely not real. But what is that then? What is what? Thanks though, Kermit. Does anyone you know have really nice hair? I mean, yeah, I feel like your definition of really nice. Oh, I forgot, Grumpy. You're obsessed with hair that's like to people's knees and stuff. No, I don't know anyone. I don't know anyone with that. No. But yeah, no, I know people with good hair. It's not because they did anything necessarily. And also there are different kinds of hair that can be good. Like the two people that came to mind off the top of my head, they have very different hair. I mean, though, you don't wash your hair and it gets good still. What do you mean? Maybe you can reset how much oil secretes on the scalp, but I think it would be diet rather than not washing. What do you mean reset? And yeah, that's like saying like, oh, you could need to wash your hair less if you sweat less. It's like, well, yeah, but that's not what we're talking about. I'm talking about people who say they can train their hair to need to be washed less by washing it less. Back, okay. Oh, okay, you have extremely diverse. Okay, well, when I say good, I mean, I don't know. All the people I can think of where I'm like, yeah, their hair's really good. It's good for different reasons. Thank you, Bowser, for the 17 months. Oh my goodness, thank you, Bowser.
Bowser did nothing wrong has subscribed for 17 months.
Train your hair like it's a dog. Yeah, I don't think you really can. Feed your hair treats and call it a good. Exactly, train it. Literally. Literally. Okay, so. Yeah, bark, roll over. I subscribed because I appreciate your honesty when answering my questions about shampoo. No problem, gamer. Yeah, I'm happy to answer these. If you feel like you're an... okay, number one thing you should take away from this if you're a guy, okay? If you feel like you're an oily, greasy mess, no matter what you do, and everyone's like, use sulfate-free shampoo. It's good for your hair. Oh my god, sulfates are so bad. Ignore them. Never tell anyone. Go find the most sulfonated product you can find. Call it a day. Never talk about it again. It's not bad. Rubbing a sulfur rock in my hair as we speak. Thank you, Foxy. No problem. Start using baking soda. Exactly. From WikiHow, shampoo is full of harsh chemicals that strip your hair of its natural oils. If you stop using shampoo, your hair may adjust and possibly become self-cleaning. Okay, listen. I do think there are some people that fully stop and there's something up. There's some people where they're like, I just like don't. And I'm like, oh. How, you need to stop asking me what I said and asking me to repeat myself because you keep going AFK. I'm not gonna keep repeating myself for you. It's really rude. I cut off my hair because the combination of greasy hair and onset of male pattern baldness. Okay, why didn't you do what everyone in chat says? Microneedle your scalp. The internet told me I don't need to shower. This day just gets better. Set hair on fire, it will grow back more vigorously as with forests. Yeah, I don't understand that either. Why people say that like hair grows back like more intense. I feel like that would just intensify the look, would it not? What? Wait. I don't know if that's a joke or not. Is this humor that's going above my head? I feel so out of the loop. Okay. What's that? What's a... Is that like a mullet? What? Wait, what? What is that? When bald guys grow a mullet? Oh. I don't think I've ever seen that. That seems kind of almost... Oh my god, I've been live for 2 hours! I guess I was really Disney in the beginning. Okay, so, guys, question. I said we're gonna talk about League. I was playing League before stream. Maybe that's why I was so Disney. No, I'm joking. I was playing League before stream. I want to get good. I really do. I hate that I want to get good. And I was getting really frustrated because I was trying to experiment with some weird runes and just to see if there's anything funky I could do, right? And I'm not kidding. The last like 3 or 4 games I played, the enemy, either we surrendered or the enemy team surrendered. It was mostly the enemy team, I think. I don't even know if we surrendered. I was just like, I can't. I want to test these items out to their full extent of testing them out. Or, You know? That's what I want. That's what I want. Finding the front, party back. Real. Yeah, it sounds like maybe I should get a skullet. So, we could talk about League, or we could go right into Bloxfest. Let's look up the in-game events for Bloxfest. And see what we have. It wasn't that bad. The people who were playing with me were friendly. Alright, I'm on the Bloxfest. Okay, streaming badges. Ooh. During week 2, earn custom badges across 4 different experiences. The faster you achieve the badge, the more points you will earn. Badges will be released on 4 different days during week 2. Which days? Do I have to get in the Discord specifically? Let's look. Let's take a little peek chat. Let's see if they gave us any info. Especially Friday night, Saturday mornings. Oh! You know, this really should be on the website. Twitch Hub Bloxfest. Is this what I'm supposed to be playing? Okay, it says this is where we can earn 4 badges. Okay, we found it. You guys ready? I think the thing is called Rivals. Except that's not what the actual title is. No, Rivals is its own game. Twitch, do better. Alright. Ready? Let's go. I'm excited. Now hopefully it's pretty straightforward the way we actually achieve these badges. I don't think I ever got my Roblox face. Okay. We found the hub, yay! All right. Will it launch? Oh? All right, you guys ready? Have you had breakfast yet? No. Wait, does it look like I am eating breakfast? I don't ever eat breakfast on the street. What? Who do you think I am? The CEO of Uber Eats? Alright, anyway. Join team. Whose team? Team selection will be locked in. The event live stream begins February 26th. Okay, whose team do we join? Ibella? Type in chat, because I don't know. Ibella? I'll go over it once. I'm not going over this more than once, so pay attention. Ibella? Creekcraft? Lana Ray? Nico Blocks? Sherry, Arizona? Abraham, Ibugro, and Robin Hood Gamer. I think Creekcraft and Lana Ray are the only two I know. Right, I've heard of. I don't really know them or know their content. Breakfast, who do you think I am? The CEO of Marines? Listen, there's a hop, skip, and a leap, but I promise it made sense. They know, you know they don't.
Hey, you should join Team Lana because we're gonna win this, alright? So, you should join me, like, right now.
Okay, well, I mean, I chose to, so. Word.
Looks like you joined the right team. Amazing choice.
This is great. Thank you, Twitch, for doing this. Look at my other monitor to try to see if I'm in focus. This is painful. Okay, cool. Any more information? How tall are they? That's a great question. We should know this. We should know this. We're mogging. We are mogging. I did, yeah, someone pointed that out to me. I don't play Overwatch, but that's cool. Yeah, they're pretty cool. Alright. What do we do though? Locker room, balcony.
Seu time até tenta, mas o nosso joga em outro nível.
Crazy. How do I partake? Wait, it's an actual like racing game?
Ainda dá tempo de trocar.
Oh! I have to wait 250 seconds? Damn, okay. What are we waiting for? For a race, I think. I'm very confused. So, wait. Team Lana Ray. Okay, cool. do I set up my car? Spawn car. Okay. Okay. So I get this cool ass car because I'm Teen Lana Ray. Cool. Wait, how do I not accelerate? How do I just go forward but not aggressively accelerate? I love how if I press spacebar I kind of like jump. That's so funny. Is that a flying car? I don't think it's actually flying. I think the physics are just really strange. Okay, they're not explaining. How does anyone here know? Because I literally went into like the private Discord that they have us in for this and I didn't see an explanation. So if they told us something, I don't know about it. Your niece has a toy car that looks like that? That's cool. I'm very confused. Love there, thank you. What's happening in the background? Do you think I know? That's exactly what I'm struggling with, gamer. I do not know. I genuinely do not know. Oh! Racing in 9. Okay. Racing in 16 seconds? What is this? Is someone trying to glitch it out on purpose? Someone's totally trying to glitch it out on purpose. What the goal is here, I'm not totally sure, with this person doing this, but so be it, I guess.
Ready?
No?
Set, go!
Oh no! Oh no! How do I not aggressively accelerate? How do I not aggressively accelerate? How do I zoom out? I can't really see the track. It doesn't let me zoom in or out at all? Brother. No! How was I supposed to make that? Oh my god. Okay, new method. That is not the new method. Why did it turn on rockets without me noticing? Oh wait, no, I was just trying to use the arrow keys instead of WASD. Look, it's my first try, okay? So wait. They should have had a tutorial for this. No, Adapt and overcome. I'm gonna have to. The steering on this is painful. Okay, if I What am I doing wrong? I don't... The steering is just not what? Okay, because seriously... Okay, I'm just... At this point, I'm not anywhere close to winning. So, like, I don't care. How do I... Oh, there actually was someone behind me. Are you joking? Never mind. Maybe I should be glad about my position in the race. Suddenly, I know how this works. Still, I don't understand the whole rocket thing. I'm sure once you kind of know the track, it's a lot easier. But right now, it's really painful. And like the whole thing where you have to like jump, I'm clearly not figuring that out. Oh, what was that?
Cappy has subscribed for
Oh
29
my goodness,
months.
Cappy, thank you so much
Good
for
morning,
the...
Fuller. I hope
Oh,
you're
thank you.
doing well. You are so incredibly beautiful, FX. Sorry,
Oh,
love
thank
both.
you. Oh no! Thank you so much, Cappy, for... Hey, 29 months! Oh my goodness! Oh. Oh no. I was a little dizzy, but I'm good. I'm good. I hope you're doing well. Hope you are doing splendid. Oh my.
It's okay. Better luck next time.
Okay. So like... So we're gonna keep going until I win, right? Do better next time, but yeah, literally. They mandated me for extra 10 hours Monday through Friday and then tried to make me work today, and I told them, fuck no, I'm not coming in. Literally! That's rude. Good for you. For telling them no. Guys, do I have any chance? Be honest. I won't be offended. Absolutely fuck you. No fuck. Okay. We'll see. We'll see. How many hours you got in Roblox? I don't even think that's a countable thing. And if it were, it would probably be extremely inaccurate for a lot of people because a lot of the games are like idle games. You know? But yeah, whatever. Smooth turning, regulator breathing. Let's go. Performancer. Performancer? If only. How many years then? Like, how long have I had the account? I made this account in late 2022. But I played before that. I just like didn't care, didn't have my login. Because the only times where I've initiated Roblox situations is when friends have asked me to. Until this account. This account, it was created because friends were asking me to and I couldn't find my login. I was like, fuck it, whatever. But then I had it on my computer, I logged into it one day and I was like, well, let me just look around. Let me just look around. Is anyone watching the Winter Olympics? Is that happening right now? I'm stupid. Wait. Hold the phone. How do you guys get the badges? That's what I'm saying, Kaz. They're not explaining. Whipping out my handy dandy supposed information device. Okay. Why is okay? There's Portuguese, but not English. Okay. Use the portal, or go to the fish experience using the Roblox launcher. Okay. Fish. Okay, I see fish. Okay, I see. Okay. Talk to the Twitch viewer. Oh, there's like an NPC Twitch. Oh, this is gonna be funny. Okay, let's do the race first.
Ready, set, go.
Is it just me? It's just me. I'm such a loser. Yeah, then I got like a ton of people from the Discord server to play Roblox. And then I got Roblox sponsorships. And now it's Bloxfest. Oh my god. That wasn't even my fault. Oh, and then we have Mr. Perslot who comes in here who used to work for Roblox. And we have a couple of Roblox people who come in here too. We've got Number Skull, the Roblox. He's cool, he's nice. Oh no. Can you guys even hear me? I'm learning! You can't? Yes, no? I meant like, is it too quiet? What'd you say, Bug? Wait, you're all fucking with me. Wait, how do I... Okay, but I didn't do anything to earn the increase in jumping of car jumping. The nose are showing. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it, Cascappy. Thank you. Sometimes I say to chat, I need a trusted user to verify this info for me. So you were the trusted user, then thank you, Cascappy. Oh god. I need an adult. Oh god. What did I just press? What did I— oh! Ah! That's when you press C. Oh my god. Ah! That is right below D. Really? Oh. Fuck. Yeah, I don't even know what button to press to use my ability. Is it like... they don't say. God, I can't wait to get badges. What? Why is it doing that? Okay. That was really weird.
Expected. We won. Congratulations. See, I told you guys we'd win.
Let's go. Okay, can you hear me well? Balance is great. Awesome, that's perfect. Okay. Easy. Easy. Blocks are easy. Okay. Cool. We're 20. 69 points. Wait. It is 420. I didn't even notice. Cheers. 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 Okay, now we have to find fish. Cheers. Okay. All right, you guys ready? For fish? So, let me open my handy dandy communication device here. So, oh, I'm gonna need at least one other person to complete the tasks. Uh-oh. We're gonna need help, chat. Wait. Now's your opportunity to speak directly to the Bloxfest team captains and convince them why you're the best player and can't afford to pass up in the draft. Visit the captain's room that you want to be drafted by and record a short- Wait, what? The captain's room? And record a short clip, 30 to 60 seconds max, explaining why they should draft you to their team. Share your thoughts, your competitive spirit, and what you bring to the roster. What the fuck is that? How to submit. Share your clip to X or Instagram. Tag your captain in the post. Tag Twitch in your post. This is go to the captain's room. What does the captain's room have to do with it then? New badge? I don't know how. Listen, I don't know how to do that. I've been on this website a really long time and I don't know how to do that, but I do know how to play this. I joined Lana Ray's thing, I think. If anyone wants to clip this, hi, I would be a very valuable asset because I Roblox. Right, chat? Hi, Manicure, it's all good. What's up? They're not explaining the whole captain's room thing. They're also not explaining how to get the badge. Okay, anyway. So. Fish here. Why am I not- Oh my god. I hate when games make you dress in R6. I have to change. When you have a not OG avatar, what it does is it forces you into your classic base, which for me is literally just the socks. So I need to...
Pheno585 had subscribed for 1 month.
Oh my god, thank you so much! Anonymous for gifting a sub!
01 Henry E has subscribed for 1 month.
Thank you, Anonymous, for gifting a sub to Pheno, and for gifting a sub to Henry! Thank you so much, that's so nice. Okay. Should I just make a new one? R6. How do I default, or how do I do like a super default? This is not... How do I change like my arm and stuff? Wait. Yeah, why is it just showing it like this? I want true, like, OG build. Without the Lego arms. No Lego arms. I want to be a block. I've never run into this problem before. How do I intentionally look like a block? Classic pants. Classic t-shirt. Oh, that's so bad. Okay, this is going to be our avatar for now. For fish. Where's fish? We are just... Okay. Okay, it says... It's a different mission. Talk to the viewer. The Twitch viewer. Okay, who's the Twitch viewer? Oh, Twitch viewer. Found him. They said in chat to bring their favorite fish to some secret spot. Something about fixing the bug? Streamers are weird, man. A pufferfish, a mushgrove crab, and a rubber duck. You remember that, chat? I'll get those fish. You're the best. Okay. I'm fishing. Click shake? Where does it say shake? Oh. What? Are you supposed to do it when it's in? When it fills the circle, or? What? Huh? I didn't do that right. Click and hold anywhere, it says. Chat, am I cooked? Oh. Oh. Do I just keep clicking? Okay. Click and hold anywhere. What do you mean click and hold anywhere? That's not true! Oh. Okay, what does this mean? This is so fucked up. Why does it say click and hold anywhere? Why does it say that? That's not true. What am I doing wrong? It says click and hold anywhere. Chat, what? How'd I get the fish? Because you're watching fish, I guess. Did you get the fish badge? Yeah, nice. That's cool. I haven't been able to get any of the badges somehow. Garrison, have you ever connected your Twitch and your Roblox accounts? No, seriously, what am I doing wrong? I feel so dumb. What am I doing wrong? Everything I know. But like, where do I start? Okay, this is a lie. Why does it say click and hold anywhere? Why does it fucking say click and hold anywhere? Why does it say that? Why does it say that? Why does this, what does this mean? What am I doing? I'm literally just clicking. I'm not controlling anything. I'm not controlling anything. I'm so fucking pissed by this dude. I'm not controlling anything. What the fuck is this? Bro, I'm just... Click, hold, keep in line there. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. But it doesn't seem like that's working. Like, I'll click the shake thing, right? Okay. Delete this game. No! That's my fault when I'm not clicking on the thing properly. I'll try to narrate one by one what I'm doing. Okay, so I'm clicking with my mouse. I'm just clicking each thing that says shake. I don't know why, I'm just doing it because it kind of implies I should. Okay. See, I'm holding. What is this doing? I'm just holding. Like, what? What? Am I? What? Oh. It says, okay, what's really throwing me off is it says click and hold anywhere. Click and hold. What? Huh? If it goes left and right, how is clicking and holding gonna help anyone? You know what? I got a balloon of love? No, someone else got something. Okay. The fuck? Yeah, I don't think I can play this. I genuinely I'm not making any progress with my understanding of how you're meant to play this. What a strange game. I mean, it looks like it would be fun. I wrote in chat, I don't think I understand this and no one's helping. So, which, I mean, not that they owe that to me, but I just don't know. See, like, I don't think I'm that stupid, but then things like this make me feel like I am incredibly stupid. Wait, okay. This is so fucked up! Bro. This This is so insanely fucked up. I have no words. I have no words. What am I doing? What the actual ever-loving fuck am I doing? This is so fucked up. Okay, I did it. I did it. Okay, I figured it out. That was so stupid. They should not say hold and click anywhere. That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. I figured it out. That is incredibly dumb. Oh my fucking god. You have to rapidly tap the left side of your mouse and the right side of your mouse.
_Dave cheered. X100.
Thank you for the cheer. I really appreciate it. That was so frustrating. So right now, for example, I'm rapidly tapping left click. Now I'm rapidly tapping. Oh wait, no, it doesn't. I'm so confused. Now I've confused myself even more. How am I controlling anything? Why do they make it look like it's left and right? It's not! If it's not left and right, why is that? Oh my god, this is actually frustrating. I'm never gonna catch all the things they want me to catch, guys. This is just to catch one fish. I'm never gonna catch anything. Nobody said getting the badge was easy. Okay, listen. All you have the badge. Dude, what the fuck, what? You need to try this? Go for it, dude. Good luck. It's probably just me. It legitimately is probably just me. But it's very... The fact that it doesn't... The wording didn't... It just says, hold and click anywhere. What do you mean, just hold and click anywhere? Or click and hold. If you just click and hold... Let me take this extremely literally. Right? Let me try to, like, suppress any logic. Any, like, logical response to anything on the screen. Let me literally just follow the directions to a T. Click and hold anywhere. Okay. Okay. Where do I select the fish? Oh. You know, I don't expect every day to be the best day, Balloon Hands, but I'm having a day and it's good. As good as it can be, I'm all dizzy. Or at least I was pretty dizzy. Okay, not only am I confused. Not only am I confused, chat. Not only am I confused. But I don't know what this has to do with I feel like the dumbest person on the planet. Watch to earn drops. I want this badge. Okay, now it says I get 3% progress. Wow. It's called fish, yeah. Okay, is anyone actively playing this right now and like having a fine time with it and totally understanding it? I need drops in my title. No, you seem frustrated enough that I ain't going anywhere near this one. But that could just be me. I might just be bad. Have you considered that? And maybe I'm just really bad at this? Like, think about it. FS bad? Wait, what does FS bad mean? Your face? What face did I make? We had considered that, yes. I figured. Thank you.
Lone_Jackal has subscribed for 37 months.
Thank you, Lone Jackal, for the 37. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. For sure. And Clown just typoed is. Is bad. Oh, Foxer is bad. Oh. Broxy for sure bad. Thank you. Don't be bad. Maybe it's easier on mobile. Maybe it makes more sense on mobile. I wish you a wonderful evening and good luck with your fishing. Thank you, Chaos Dave. I appreciate it. You don't have a fish? Oh, well, I also don't have a fish. No way! No way, he just caught a legendary fish. I'm being mogged by Grumpy. Whoa, they're on a boat or something. Wait, if I get a better fishing rod, will it help me? I bet it will, won't it? Do I just have a really crappy fishing rod? Right, that's how all these Roblox games work. You have to get better stuff. I didn't see a list of fishing rods. Only hold the fishing rod on the lines in the area. Okay, let me try that. I think I understand what you're saying. Because in every fishing game I've ever played, you have to pull, like in opposition to the fish. And it's going left and right, so it's making me think. Okay, only when it's in the line. Shit, okay, maybe I'm not understanding. Okay, I'm holding it. Oh, but no, oh no. It's just it moves way too rapidly. I can't do it. I wish I were kidding. It is too... I have no words. Like, this is well beyond the point of just not being fun. This is like insane. Well, at least that worked, but it was driftwood. It takes a while. Oh no. You did good that time. That was just lucky. At the end, it just stayed on in the corner. This is lucky. This is completely just lucky. Okay. I still feel like there's air in the back of my molar. I don't know why. You're behind it. Oh wait, no. How do I cancel that? Does it give you an easier time if you hit the peak when throwing out the fishing rod? I think maybe that's partially what's happening. Oh, that is what's happening. Okay. So if you just really throw it out. Yeah. If you really just throw it out, it kind of seems to penalize you. Who the fuck is that? Who's that? Who's anime punk? Why? Wow. Nice. Okay, I think I get it. Cool. Is Abin abuse right now? Lots of good fishes go to spawn. Okay, gotcha. Oh? What the? Start fishing anywhere. Okay. That was terrible. New island on the way. Who is this? Who's this? figured it out, Grumpy. It had to do with the fact that I was just throwing it out sporadically. Not the actual, not that part, but the part prior to that when you throw out the rod. It changes drastically depending on how you throw it out. Someone named Jake, I don't know if he's serious or if he's fucking with me because Clown just says random words, strings of words sometimes. Yo. Wizard 101 indeed did not prepare us for this. I don't really understand. It said fish anywhere. This does not feel like we're fishing anywhere. I'm going to observe because I don't. Good morning, Zos. Bro, what are these bets? I don't know. The odds of it being someone named Jake are low, but never zero. But why'd you say it? What is this? Golly gosh, I hope you guys got your badges. Alright, let's see. Oh, that's not what I'm trying to do. This is weird. I like how this is covering this. This is very cool. I also can't see anything, which is also awesome. Yeah. Who am I supposed to... Who's Pierre again? Were we even told who Pierre was? Can y'all let us know what you want next? What the fuck are we at? Still no badge, Sag? What I gotta do? I don't know! I thought you were just meant to watch it. Watch 30 minutes, yeah. Mm-hmm. So where the fuck is Pierre? No idea, Clown. You low-key need a good rod to be able to catch the good fishes. That's what I figured, but I'm a little confused. Like, who's Pierre? Where's the shop? Where do I buy a good rod? Because I went to the guy, the shopkeeper guy, and I clicked, like, I want to, like, see the rod so I can purchase one.
Zows underscore has
there's no
subscribed for
list.
23 months.
Yo, thank you,
Four.
Zows, for the 23 months. Thank you. Thank you for the prime. Thank you, Zows. How are you? There's like 5 people on this island and none of them do anything? But why do I feel like there's air behind my tooth? The rods are outside the shop. Alright, I'm at 40% of my 30 minutes for this. Oh, there's an Infinity Nikki one. Maybe we'll do that at some point. That one ends the 25th. This is creepy. Alright. On the- I can barely see. Okay. You already own this item. Okay. Do I want to purchase the crab cage? Maybe not. Okay, how do I, like, equip that? Because I just purchased it. Okay, Daisy. How? How's that possible? This is so creepy. Maybe I should get out of here. I can't see anything! Bro. Oh? A driftwood? I caught a driftwood, guys. You got fish? Yay! Congrats. What is this? What is this? What is this? Who? You got fish, go fish? Yeah, W go fish. That was a little creepy. Maybe we'll have to play some more though. We'll have to see, right, chat? Right. Whew. Let's take a little break from that. Looks like some people got the fish badge. Did everyone who wanted the fish badge get the fish badge? Did I get my fish badge? Let me make sure I got the fish badge. Okay, now mine still says it's stuck on 40%, so that's fine. That's fine. Whew, let's just take a moment. So we are never playing that again. I didn't say that. You don't want the fish badge and you still got it? Well, you know, free fish badge. Free fish badge. Just be glad you got the fish badge. Yeah, happy Valentine's Day, Suburbs. Thank you. And mine is stuck on 40%. I don't know if I'm going crazy or if I actually like. It feels like I feel like air pockets, and I have to like pop them. Maybe my teeth just shifted a little. Do I prefer dark or milk chocolate? Totally depends. Totally depends. 100% depends. One 100% depends. Oh, there's definitely an air pocket forming. Over and over again. Blow up free play. Last letter? Shall we with some last letter? What would you like today? Dark or milk? I don't know. I think I bought some chocolate last time I was at the grocery store. I don't remember what kind it was though. I think it might have been like salted dark chocolate. Big grandma's backyard. Now that's impressive. +1 fat per step? What? My Japanese farm restaurant is a 55% upvote. Chat, do we try this? Your fish looks different than everyone else's? I can't see yours, unfortunately, so apologies. Farm, yes. Farm, yes. Restaurant, no. Unfortunately, I don't think we can pick and choose, chat. I think it comes as a package. I like the simplicity of the badge too, Jerison. No, I'm not filling orders. No way. No way. Ain't no way. me get out of Roblox for a moment. So I want to know what the consensus was with Clavicular for New York Fashion Week. I really want to know. You're unaware of the situation? Yeah, so I've heard this is indeed apparently the case.
You donated $100. Because Valentine's Day should also be for Appreciation Day.
Thank you! Wait. I think I saw who that was from. Thank you so much, Cascap, for the $100 donate. What the hell? Thank you so much, Cascappy! Oh my goodness, thank you so much! Thank you so much, Cascappy, for the $100 donation. I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you. Thank you. Can we get a 4 in the chat? Can we get a 4 in the chat? Holy crap, thank you! You guys are crazy. Thank you. Thank you for watching the stream. Thank you for liking the stream. Thank you. It means a lot. No speech. I want them no speech. I want them. Where the heck was... Hi, Beer Love Man. Wait, wait, Brett Cooper?
So I think.
Is this real? This is the actual full interview?
Prefer clavicular, okay, clav. Is your life story. Like, you sort of have popped up on a lot of people's socials in the past year, but really in the past, like, 2 months.
Yeah.
Just begin at the beginning. Where are you from? What was growing up like for you? What did your parents, that kind of everyday.
Well, so I grew up in a pretty small town called Hoboken, New Jersey.
Wait.
Not
Wait. Can you guys hear this okay? A little quiet for me, I don't really know why. It's your break time? Oh, God.
not exactly small in terms of population. One of the most densely populated cities in the country. But it's a 1 square mile thing, so you pretty much know everyone. And I enjoyed growing up there. You didn't have to have a car. You could walk everywhere to the gym, to restaurants, whatever. So yeah, growing up there, I was pretty
Could you have
happy.
context?
And
How do I provide context here, guys? Is there a good video I can show you guys to introduce you to Clavicular? Like, I don't even really know. Like, is there?
And then when I went to high school, I went pretty far away, so I'd have to, you know, take a hefty amount of public and long commute.
This is so quiet for
High
me.
school wasn't.
I guess not. Okay, I don't. There probably are videos. I just like don't. First of all, why the fuck is this so quiet for me? Is it quiet for you guys? That was really quiet for me. Okay, let me see if I can find an intro video for you guys. I don't really know what I could show you other than like a really long video explaining everything. Yeah, but that's not what he's known for. I mean, I guess maybe it is for a lot of people, but that's not like his actual thing. Okay, who is clavicular? I don't know. Curious case of clavicular, the controversial rise of clavicular. Who is clavicular? Most insane man on the internet. Who the fuck is clavicular? What's the shortest video I can show you guys about who Clav is? Okay, I'll just give you my own summary. I'll give my own summary. Okay, anyone who cares, now's your time to listen because I am not repeating this shit. Okay. Explain it in like 5 words. Oh, I wish I could. I really could. Okay. Incels. Okay? Incels. Who are so convinced. You know what? I'm not even letting the music play for this. Okay. 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 Incels, right? Take that and then add something, you know, adjacent to it and make it a group of people who have kind of black-pilled themselves into believing that looks truly are everything, right? Like it is the most valuable currency you could possibly have, right? But keep in mind, like they're coming at this from the angle of being incels. Like it's not from some other interest or just like it's directed from the idea that it's like a currency, but it's like the most important currency, right? So you have this group of people, guys, where their entire existence is devoted to trying to look as good as possible because they think that the guys who look the best will have the best things in life happen to them regardless of anything else. Like it is the most important thing you can do. And they call this looks maxing. So they're maxing out their looks, right? So they, again, because they think of this as like a hierarchy or a tiered system, they have very specific criteria for what they view as being like superior to other things. And they'll discuss this with one another and they'll discuss how to achieve these things with one another. They talk about, there's some things that are memed on, like the negative canthal tilt or whatever. It's just, you don't need to know about all that. It's not really important. All you need to know is they're discussing very specific facial features most of the time that they have deemed as being like always better, or if you have this, it's always better, always worse, blah, blah, blah. And when you achieve the highest rank, in their opinion, they refer to this as ascending, right? I believe outside of that, the general terms they like to use are low tier normie, which would be like LTN, mid tier normie, high tier normie, and then Shad, and then True Atom. Yes, okay, that's what it is. low tier normie, mid tier normie, high tier normie, Chad, true, Adam. And then for girls, it's like same thing, except instead of Chad, it's Stacy, and then it's true, Eve, right? So they'll refer to it's mostly guys on these forums, right? But you're lovely. That is the most. You're missing the point if you're asking that. You're missing the point of like why this is toxic if you're asking that question. Exactly, Grumpy. I'm explaining it. I'm not saying it's correct. I'm explaining the thought process here. I could sit here and analyze why I think people come to this conclusion all day long, but let's rewind. So they have this very specific set of criteria, and it's not subjective to them. They think there's objectively such a thing as a... Oh, they don't call them high tier Noors, they call them Betties or something. I don't know, whatever, it doesn't matter. Just know that they have like very specific criteria. And because of this, they will look at themselves in the mirror and they'll say, okay, here's what's wrong with me. I am a low tier normie. I want to become a high tier normie. So here's what I have to do. Here's what I have to do to address that. Now, because this is so exactive and so measured in like a very objective way, they need to do things that give them objective results. So you start venturing into the world of plastic surgery, DIY treatments, injecting stuff. And this will overlap into bodybuilding related things as well, and other features. They discuss how to finance these things by taking out student loans and just spending it on plastic surgery. They discuss trying to be taller by breaking their knees, not intentionally breaking their knees, but having like a surgery done to do this. Now, I don't know. Anyway, let me rewind here. Okay. So yeah. They'll discuss these things, and they like to discuss these things on certain forums, right? There are like 3 different forums. And I believe the one that Clavicular started posting on was looksmax.org. Now, Clavicular is just some guy posting on looksmax.org. There are a bunch of guys posting on there. And he, as far as I'm aware, he just started posting kind of ridiculous things, like how to speak like less than 50 words a day. And he would like have instructions on how he would speak as little as possible, because this in some way helped him ascend or something. And it was just ridiculous and funny to read. But people couldn't tell if he was like memeing or not. And then he started making posts about how he wanted to do like Botox to other students on his campus. He wanted to do DIY Botox out of his dorm. And someone on the LooksMax forum reported him to his school, got kicked out, and he decided, fuck this shit, I'm going all in. So he started doing a lot of different injectables. He started doing peptides. He started, like I said, I don't know the full stack of stuff he's on, right? I don't know the full stack of things Clavicular's on, but it's really intense. It's really intense. Apparently he's been taking trends since he's like 15 or something. Now, he's also known for something called bone smashing, which is where he takes, I believe in his case, he got a trophy, like a metal, like sports trophy that he had that was shaped like a globe, and he just repetitively hits his face. And the idea that he had is it's supposed to create microfractures, like for example, in his jaw, so it would look larger. He has since conceded and said he doesn't think it actually does anything, but he still does it before a night of going out because he believes it adds plumpness to his face. Again, this is the kind of guy we're talking about here. So that's Clavicular. He's on a lot of substances. He's on like beta blockers. He's on meth. He's on a bunch of things to counteract a bunch of other things. No one knows how he's still alive. And every day he streams himself like going out to clubs and hitting on girls. I'm pretty sure he's like 19. He's really young. Really young to have been doing all this stuff for so many years. Yeah, the only reason anyone cared about that is because he's Clav. Yeah, he has a lot of people who would like stalk him, and so that's what that story was. But anyway, he also said that if there were an election between JD Vance and Gavin Newsom, although he supports the views and policies more so of JD Vance, he said he would have to vote for Gavin Newsom because apparently Gavin Newsom mogs JD Vance. Mogging is, you know, when you're a higher tier in this arbitrary thing they made up than someone else, I guess. So why do I think it's funny? There's something about seeing someone sincerely, 100%, no irony, utmost sincerity, legitimately speak about his appearance in such an objective and straightforward way. It is very, very interesting to me because people don't like talking like that about themselves, especially guys. He's not doing it in a way that's like extremely self-deprecating. He's just saying it. I'm not saying that's good, but there's something very, very, very interesting about it. And as someone who just generally, like a scientist explaining bugs. Okay, because it's really interesting to me. And as someone who is interested in aesthetics, it's also just fascinating to see people discuss this with one another in such an intense way. They're just random people. They're not like plastic surgeons. They're just people. They're just guys who are just like, I need to mog. And okay, you know, I think it's really interesting because I don't think, on one hand, I really don't think guys should feel bad about wanting to like improve themselves. I think there's this weird like push and pull with guys where they feel like it's kind of feminine to like objectively look at themselves and try to be more comfortable with themselves. Because being comfortable with yourself doesn't just mean doing the bare minimum and accepting that and then trying to convince yourself you like it. If you don't like something, you don't like it. You're allowed to work with things. Is that your eye color? Good question. Yeah, you're I feel like, you know, that should, I don't think it's bad that that's something that could possibly maybe be normalized. But the injectables. Now on a broader scale, the whole DIY like injectable thing, he's done, I forget what it's called. He's done threading before. I'm sure he's done his own Botox or whatever. I don't fucking know. I don't know all the things he's done, right? I think that's also super interesting because people can't probably, at this point, there's so many more people who are just ordering like actual medicine they need from random pharmacies online that are based in India or China. I'm not saying that's safe. I've never done this, but I've known of people who do this. Because it's literally just easier for them to be their own doctor and to try to figure out what they need. And the idea that that's extending into something that's not medically necessary and that it's cosmetic procedures kind of makes sense. I'm not shocked that people are resorting to going and purchasing things that are cosmetic injectables online. And also hormones, right? I know much less about like the hormone aspect of it, but he is doing hormone therapy. I highly doubt he's getting that from a doctor. In fact, I'm pretty sure in his post he was talking about how he was just ordering it online off of random pharmacies, probably out of China. And that's something that is probably going to keep happening more and more and more and more and more. It's dangerous. Oh yeah, I'm not advocating for this even remotely. I'm explaining why Clavicular is such an interesting character to me. I am not saying it's safe. I think in particular it's not safe. Even if the medication's safe, even if the dosing is safe, even if the quality is fine, I think injecting yourself, very risky. Very risky. Very, very risky. And I don't know everything he's done, but I know that there are some things where, some cosmetic things where if you're injecting yourself and you hit like certain vascular areas, you can die. Too young. He's not doing it for anti-aging, I don't think. Anyway, so people are finding out about this guy because everyone's talking about mogging and looks maxing and this and that. And he's hanging out with people like Nick Fuentes, and he's just a guy who was on an incel looks maxing forum. So yeah, did I explain it? Was that a good enough explanation, chat? Because I'm not doing that again today. Was that good enough? Alright, that was a great explanation. I'm glad. Okay, so now that I've explained this, I would like to watch the New York Times interviewing Clavicular. That was great. I'm glad that was helpful. Okay.
So I think what a lot of people want to know, do you prefer clavicular? Okay, clav. Is your life story. Like, you sort of have popped up on a lot of people's socials in the past year, but really in the past, like, 2 months.
Yeah.
Full screen.
Where are you from?
Why is it not full screening?
What's growing up like for you? What did your parents, that kind of everyday.
Well, so I grew up in a pretty small town called Hoboken, New Jersey.
Of course.
Give me a sec, guys. I don't know why it's not full screening. YouTube's being really weird.
Exactly small in terms of population. One of the most densely populated cities in the country. Mm-hmm. But it's a 1 square mile thing, mm-hmm. So you pretty much know everyone. Mm-hmm. And I enjoyed growing up there. You didn't have to have a car, you could walk.
Oh, no.
So I think what a lot of people want to know, do you prefer clavicular? Okay, clav.
No, I am not teaching how to look max.
Like, you sort of have popped up on a lot of people's socials in the past year, but really in the past, like, 2 months.
Yeah.
Just begin at the beginning. Where are you from? What was growing up like for you? What did your parents, that kind of everyday.
Well, so I
Good to know,
in
Bowser.
a pretty small town called Hoboken.
What a weird interview setting, yeah.
Not exactly small.
Why is the chairs loading around? No idea.
One of the most
there are chairs like that, though.
Densely populated cities in the country. Mm-hmm. But it's a 1 square mile thing, mm-hmm. So you pretty much know everyone. Mm-hmm. And I enjoyed growing up there. You didn't have to have a car, you could walk everywhere to the gym, mm-hmm. To restaurants, whatever. So yeah, growing up there, I was pretty happy. And then when I went to high school, I went pretty far away, so I'd have to, take a hefty amount of public and long commute. Mm-hmm. So high school wasn't exactly something I enjoyed too much at all.
Why?
Just because how far it was, and the whole thing with COVID, the first in was pretty much from the same town, and I was from south, and I was from up
South
north.
Jersey.
South
you did?
School, yeah.
Oh,
and
gotcha,
then I would be north, so I didn't know anyone, and they all knew each other. And with how hard it was with the online stuff, just making connections was never something that.
Were you boarding there?
No, it's not a boarding school. It's just a regular Catholic private school.
Gotcha. Okay, and which town was that in?
That was in West Orange.
Gotcha. Okay, so metro area.
You ordered the same food as yesterday?
Yeah.
Tell me about your family. What'd your parents do?
What do they do for work?
Yeah, when you were growing up.
I need more
my
bombastic
dad has,
clav content.
a company and my mom stays at home.
This looks interesting, but I'm not gonna make you guys sit through this. I want to see, just so you guys can get an understanding of like the kind of people who watch Clavicular. Oh, here, this is perfect.
I know you're staring at me, but
This is the kind of stuff that like people will clip and be like, yeah, this is good Clavicular content. This is good collab content. Let me...
I know you're staring at me, but
Huh? You saw that?
yeah, but you didn't come up to me. I don't like shy guys.
We're doing a stream. I'm not that into you, right? You do porn? Yeah. Can I take you for a spin later?
This is his content.
What do you say? Hey, I'll pause the stream right now.
This is so dark, dude. This entire thing. It's not even just him, it's the edits, dude.
Like you, like
Oh. What? Like what specific?
like green eyes, tall, more taller than me, white. I don't know.
Okay. Well, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm with you, Xavier.
So.
To be fair, I think a lot of the guys who are watching this might not be talking to any women, but...
No, we'll do it after. Look. Alright, sit down. You gotta sit down. No. Lady.
It's okay, it's part of it isn't even his fault, it's the edit. Okay, wait, go back. Okay. Ascend Max app. I'm assuming this is a screenshot of his profile, maybe where like they rate each other. Do any of you know what this is? Ascend Max app? I'm assuming this is one of the rating apps for them. Clavicular, age 19, height 6'2", weight 180, archetype pretty boy, PSL score 8 out of 10. So the PSL is that thing I was talking to you guys about, like the mid-tier normie, high-tier normie, fucking Chad, True Adam, all that. Mindset blue pilled, dot line type mugger, strategy Gene Max, appeal level Jordan Beret. I don't know what any of this means. Breathing nose breather, bone structure high set. And then there's one clip, I don't know if it's gonna be in this, but there's this girl and she's like asking him to like rate her or something, or I don't know, they're having a conversation and he's like, yeah, you're not really my type, and she's like, why, or something, and he says, you have a recessed maxilla, and that became like a meme because no one fucking knows what that means. I think it has something to do with like your upper jaw or something. But like regardless, it's stupid. Like the idea of walking up to someone and being like, yeah, no, I'm not really into you, it's your recessed maxilla, is just so weird. You know, like someone looking at someone and that's what they're seeing shows such a high level of like facial dysmorphia. Like obviously he's very ill.
Maybe I'll see you in the club.
The edits, bro. They're gonna kill me.
Shout out Looks Maxing. Shout out Peptide.
No, the edits are insane. But this is the type of content people make about him.
I have talents you don't have though, so
Like what?
I don't know. You'll see, maybe.
Bro.
Yeah.
All natural, and I'm
All natural. Whoa.
I'm gonna fucking... Bro. He should sue whoever makes this. It makes him look like such... Oh.
What did you say to me?
I said you're a loser.
Why is that?
Because you got a fucking camera in your
And you're a 5'8" manlet with a Santa hat.
Oh, owned. Like, okay, you guys need to understand, and anyone who's like, this is stupid, I don't get it, you guys don't understand. Okay. His audience is like 14-year-old guys with body dysmorphia that are actually
Your
like,
boy
damn.
19 has subscribed for 31 months. You
No, he's so right though. They're like, oh shit, he's right though, he's right though. You guys don't get it. This is the manifestation of what they've been talking about happening to girls because of social media for like 15 fucking years. This is the tip of the fucking iceberg. I promise you. So again, if you as a, you know, reasonably well-adjusted adult man are like, whatever. Or even if this is making you feel kind of weird, and it's kind of getting in your head, yeah, imagine if you're a 14-year-old boy who's already insecure. A very mentally ill woman, yeah.
I like your fucking breasts, you know what I mean?
Bro, you're fucked up.
Sunglasses, I'm gonna...
It's fine if I die, because at least I'll be dead with positive cancer.
Oh, bro. It's funny, but it's so fucked up.
No? What about you? Can I slay tonight?
It's all the same 10 clips over and over. The ones in between aren't.
What do you think it means? You're absolutely right. Nothing good.
I can only imagine myself falling. You would fall for this in high school? I feel like this is more of a middle schooler thing. I feel like in high school people would meme this. I feel like by the time you're in high school, like I can imagine if I were still in high school, me and my friends like memeing the fuck out of this. I mean, I'm memeing the fuck out of it. You know, sometimes I'm just like Clav for real. Like I'm him. You know what I mean? Like I'm Clav basically.
Stress.
Stress. What are you stressed about? The next meal?
Bro, I didn't. Yeah, we're all Clav. We're all Clav. Alright, you guys have seen enough Clav clips. I think of high school as 5th to 10th grade because that's when I. Oh, okay. Yeah. That's a little different. Let's find some different Clav clips. Clav clips. Clips of Clav. So are you guys getting the vibe a little bit more? Clavicular being a total savage for 12 minutes. This is probably really bad.
Alright, what about you? Yeah. Yeah. Nice.
No, this video doesn't look like it's even that good. Why is it showing so many YouTube shorts? I hate that. I don't want shorts. I want videos. I'm not allowed to show clips like on his kick stream, right? What is this? What is this? What is this? Chat? Chat, are we about to learn something? How to thumb pull for forward growth full guide.
Hey, what's
What's going on, guys? In this video, I want to go in depth on lateral thumb pulling of the mid-palatal suture. And how you could use it.
Bro, if you, it makes perfect sense, right? Because I've always thought it was a little weird that, like, you know, that there was this, like, because there is aesthetic pressure on guys. There is. I've always thought it was a little weird that there was this weird, like, contradiction in guy world or guy culture where it's like, oh, like big muscles, that's like a Chad thing, but like no, like actually, like, you know, like caring about how you look, like that's kind of like you're a woman, right? This is the obvious manifestation of all of that colliding. The objective desire to measurably maximize your appearance to such a ridiculous degree with such ridiculously specific metrics. Of course, it just didn't happen before. But here it is. Guy world is lit. Oh yeah, there's a whole other thing we could get into about why this is like a problem, and I've been saying for many years how the closest that I ever was like exposed to anything like this is when there were those like really weird Reddits that were like true rate me, and I remember being very confused when I saw that there was like an objective guideline that they had, and that they would try to argue with one another about who fit within it, who didn't. And it was very strange to me. It was very confusing for a lot of different reasons. But that's the closest I ever found myself in proximity to that. The way I actually found out about that is someone posted pictures of me on one of those rating things, claiming to be me. They said, "Hi, this is me. Could you do a true rate me?" And they're all like, "This is fake. You are photoshopped." Not saying it was fake, like you took someone's photos. They were saying really weird things about how my skull was disproportionately unrealistic and how my eyes, if they were real, would be falling out of my skull. Really mean things. And then someone showed it to me, and I went there and I wrote, "Hi guys, this is me, the person in these photos. You guys really need to vet who's posting here a little bit more. By the way, here's my stream. This is what I look like. Fuck you." And I don't think I think they just want to believe that there's some objective thing that they can strive for, if that makes sense. And I get it. Life is easier when you can categorize and put things in little boxes and make it measurable. And it's not surprising. But again, many years ago when I saw that, I was kind of like, yeah, no, this is very strange. This is very weird. And this is the most like black-pilled version of that. The whole like, oh, it's no longer about just assessing things. It's about measuring it one by one and needing to be the most attractive person in the room wherever you go, which is mogging. Clav's goal is to mog as much as possible. He wants to mog as much as possible. He himself says he doesn't give a fuck about women. Like that isn't his goal. He wants to mog other men. He says this. His entire thing is that it's social collateral. Entirely. It's just so fascinating to me. And he's dedicated, so I don't even feel remotely bad. Like, he's gonna do this regardless. I don't even feel remotely bad being amused by it. I really don't. I feel bad for him. To some degree. Because holy shit, you have to have really bad facial dysmorphia to have gotten to this place. Yeah.
Aesthetic smile as well as you know,
This is quite quiet, is it not?
positioning of your teeth. If you are a crowded teeth cell like me, you know, you're gonna want to do everything.
No, occasion I made a video shoving like the camera up to my eyeballs and explaining that I was nearsighted. It's funny. ZYZZ and so on. What is ZYZZ? I know that looks maxing has been a thing for decades, but I don't think it has been spoken about in the same way. Wait, too low volume? Okay, cool. You should present no. Are you really gonna shame us for thumbs maxing? Okay, what is thumbs maxing? I've heard about that. What the fuck is thumbs maxing? There's also some things that Clav has said he's done that I don't even want to repeat. You can go find out yourself.
To you know, widen that dental arch and hopefully.
I need to know what this is though.
Alignment at home. So the way I like to lateral thumb pull is not you know, right up against my teeth. Hey, what's going on, guys? In this video, I want to go.
What are these
in-depth
captions?
On lateral thumb pulling of the mid-palatal suture, and how you could use this to reduce dental crowding. And,
Oh, so he's just doing DIY orthodontia. Oh, see, like I had this done, but by like a doctor.
So
when I was like 10 and my palate was malleable, not when I was 19.
As well as, you know, improve the positioning of your teeth. If you are a
but see, he's onto something.
Like me, you know, you're gonna want to do everything you can to, you know, widen that dental arch and.
Content creator on YouTube made hard selling music famous title. Oh wow.
So the way I like to lateral thumb pull is not, you know, right up against my teeth, but kind of on the bone. You know what I mean? So I'll show off kind of what I do. You know, Asher Sky made a video.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what this is, Numpy.
You know, give my own touch and.
No, it isn't malleable anymore. It's like me when using your thumbs. No, so okay. I actually do in this one case. I actually do know what he's talking about. Because I had this done like by a you know, as a actual like orthodontic thing. Many years ago. So I actually do know what he's talking about. So everyone's upper jaw, I don't really know what to call it. Your upper mouth where your upper teeth are. At the top, you have two palates, right? Everyone has two palates. Now there are three positions those palates could be in, pretty much. You could have the two palates just touching, which is the most common and technically most ideal. You could have those two palates kind of caving in on one another. Which typically means there's some overcrowding, which is the second most common, or you could have a gap between those palates, which is how you have a cleft lip. And if you have crowding between the two palates, what orthodontists like to do is to apply a contraption to each side of the palate where you physically crank the palates apart. I had it done. Hurt like a bitch. Very horrible. He's suggesting you just pull them apart with your thumbs, I guess. If you guys just feel the roof of your mouth, if it's flat, you have those palates. If you feel like there's something down the middle, you have an overlap in your palate, which is medically fine. There's nothing wrong with it. It just sometimes can result in your teeth being overcrowded. Why'd you have it done? Because my teeth were overcrowded. It wasn't something that I did for fun. I was in like second grade. They weren't going to attempt to straighten my teeth until there was enough room for all of my teeth. So what they did was they literally pulled my palates apart, the upper palate apart, and they artificially created a gap between my teeth. So then they had enough room to move my teeth around wherever they wanted, and thank fucking God they did. I'm pretty happy. It hurt terribly, but you know, it worked. it worked. The problem is if they hadn't done that, my upper teeth would have been technically more narrow than my bottom teeth. So if I were to chew, I would have to choose to either chew on the left or the right. I wouldn't just be chewing normally, which would over time result in impact over and over and over again on the same areas. It's called a cross bite because you kind of have to cross to place your jaw. Mewing does not change the upper palate. So yeah, he is onto something. He is talking about a real thing, but I don't know his history. I don't know if he had braces. Like I said, in my case, they weren't gonna give me braces before they gave me an expander. But yeah, in my case, they separated the palates, had a gap between my teeth, and they moved them. Obviously, I have no gap between my teeth, so yeah. All right. Anyway, back to him pulling it apart with his thumbs. This is, by the way, this is something that happened for me over the course of many months. You just cranked it like twice a day.
Well, a lot of modern orthodontists
He's just trying to pull them apart.
5 millimeters per day is an acceptable rate of palate expansion, but I completely disagree with that number. I think you're going to get a plethora of issues from expanding 0.5 millimeters per day. You really should be only expanding that much per week. And the reason
I'm not clowning on him at all. I don't like clap. Wait, I don't like clapping his bullocks, but I do want to say I think it's a little ironic that you're clowning on guys like him taking one. No, that's the opposite of what I said. No, that's the opposite of what I said. That is I don't know when you came in, but that is the opposite of what I said. I said I'm like Clav. I said I'm like Clav. What do you mean? Came in 15 minutes ago. Oh, no. I was explaining why it's like not a good thing that younger guys are watching this, and that it says a lot about how a lot of the things that they were speaking about like 15 years ago regarding girls and like the pressure to look a certain way. This is the obvious manifestation of it. Seems like, okay, I'm taking a piss to some extent because it is kind of ridiculous. It's ridiculous that she's going, hey guys, what's up? I'm gonna rip my palate apart right now. Like, it is very, what's the right word? Words escaping me. It almost feels like a parody or a caricature to some degree. Because he's being so blunt about it. Why does everyone think I'm saying there's something wrong with him doing this? He's allowed to do whatever he wants. I was actually saying this whole time that I am glad that there is some path being forged where guys don't have this weird, bizarre thought process of, yes, I must not improve my appearance because if I attempt to improve my appearance, that in some way makes me feminine. No, it doesn't. At least I don't think so. Why do you guys want to think that I'm saying he shouldn't be doing this or he shouldn't be doing anything? I'm so confused. No, Tomsky! No! Are you fucking new here? No, literally, like 4 hours ago, I was talking in my chat about how I want to make a makeup tutorial for guys that doesn't look like fucking makeup. I'm not the one, bitch. I'm not the one. I am probably one of the biggest man advocates on this site. I probably am. At least it was a woman, okay? I'm not the one. I am not the one, okay? I am not the one. I do not think that men shouldn't be allowed to care about their appearance at all. I think it's ridiculous that guys feel like they have to be viewed as effeminate in order to improve their appearance. And fuck no, dude. Fuck no. Absolutely not. The last thing on the planet that I think is bad about Clavicular is the fact that he wants to improve his appearance. That is not the problem. Do I think in his case in particular he has facial dysmorphia? Yes, I do. I do think he does. And that really sucks. I don't think he should probably be injecting himself. That's probably not healthy. But hey, if it's working for him, it's working for him. Oh yeah, but they're not doing it to themselves, Nightbot Nostra. There is something inherently toxic about creating a tiered system there's something inherently toxic about the idea that in order to even make yourself more attractive, you have to base it off of this predetermined tiered system that directly correlates in your mind to any value you have as a person. That fucking sucks. Yeah, 60% is also insane. That is insane. I didn't even notice that part. It's extremely harsh to look at things that way, but reality stars. I am not saying that that reality is not harsh. Like I said, this is a natural manifestation of what was a long time coming. And no, I'm not taking the piss out of a man wanting to look better. That is insane. That is ridiculous. Yeah, you get timed out. You're trying to fight with me, dude. I hope you're not too angry about men being— I don't think men are assholes! Oh my god! I know you're trying to be nice, but no! I don't think men are assholes. I think that guy probably has his reasons. I don't know. But even he's not really being an asshole, I guess, unless I'm not reading some of his messages. Anyway, back to Clav. Clav is— okay. I don't know how many times I'm gonna have to say this. Clav's ridiculous, but I am a fan while also simultaneously sitting here and being like, damn, this kind of sucks. You know? Like, I'm Clav, you're Clav, we're Clav. You know? Like, there's something so sincere about the fact that he's like this fucking insane. I don't know how to put it. Yeah, we are Charlie Kirk, we are Clav. But yeah, no, the last thing on the planet I'm gonna criticize is men taking care of themselves or their appearance. That is fucking crazy.
Just within the orthodontic community to palate expand that rapidly is because they just are dealing in volume.
Why is Fox trying to go off on men for trying to look good? It's our best friend's men. True.
So get them in, get them out as quickly as they physically can. So they're
okay. Back to Clav doing. Someone asked me why maybe I'm laughing and giggling at the idea of Clav doing DIY orthodontia with his thumbs. Are you kidding me, bro?
Palate expansion over, the traditional means of, maybe one turn per—
oh yeah, no, I'm shocked he's alive.
And so on and so forth. So how I'm gonna laterally thumb pull my my maxilla and try and widen it is I'm gonna hook my tooth. I'm gonna brace my head. This is common. This is a practice that's included in bone smashing, the bracing of the skull. I'm gonna take my two thumbs and position them on the bone, not on the tooth. And I'm gonna show you guys my thumb pulling.
I'm feeling three things at once. It's funny, it's legitimately upsetting, and it's also impressive. I'm allowed to be feeling all three things at once, okay?
So I'm obviously not going to go through a full...
Wait, this just straight up doesn't work though.
Full thumb
Probably, yeah. Probably, yeah. Especially when you're not a
You
child.
get the gist, you just pull apart. I recommend you go for about 1 minute and 30 seconds. And that's going to be something that you're going to have to progressively overload because your wrists aren't going to be strong
Agreed,
enough
Mr. Persalot.
first, and you're only going to be able to do
It does work?
45 seconds when you first
I don't. Maybe it does. I don't know.
90-second mark.
Yeah, don't do this.
And I think thumb pulling.
Yeah, he should probably wash his
for about
hands.
90 seconds out of every hour is most.
What am I going to do?
That's gonna be hard.
Dude, someone told me you can pay Clav to like tell you what's wrong with you in like a video call. Someone was like, yo, Foxer, you actually should do this and record it and make it a YouTube video and not tell him that you're making it a YouTube video. I considered it, I'm not gonna lie.
So, if you could thumb pull for at least, I'm gonna say, maybe about 180 seconds per day, you are gonna get results, but...
Why is my chat auto-scrolling down? Fuck, I can't scroll up. Sorry, guys. You guys are allowed to copy-paste something if I didn't read it, and you want me to.
So I recommend you eventually get up to that 90-second per hour mark if you want to make these changes visual, excuse me. But just to start out, you know...
Your nephew said it works?
45-second thumb pull.
Your nephew likely has a soft palate because he's a child. I'm assuming because you said nephew, but I could be wrong.
I like to allot some time, you know...
See, but that would piss me off too, Glenn. That's also toxic. Good point. I know you were making a joke. I know you're making a joke, Glenn, but I think that is actually really toxic too. I think telling people like that their insecurities should just be ignored and never addressed, and that the best thing is to pretend that they're not bothered by things constantly. I'm not talking about like small things. I'm just talking about like anything about themselves. I think telling people that the solution is to just like be like, no, everyone's perfect always is extremely toxic, because they can look at the world around them and process that people are treated differently. And it's just, it's fucked up. It's fucked up. It's fucked up. I think that there's something so terrible about that. I can't put into words. It's just toxic positivity, you know? My sinuses were inflamed and the swelling put pressure on my nasal bone. As a result, my nasal bone became thicker. Interesting. He's telling people to grab their upper mouths and hash their hands onto a wall. It doesn't work. He's saying get your thumbs and spread your upper palates apart. Like an expander, like an orthodontic expander. Yes, that's different though. That's different though. If something sucks and you think it sucks and you make peace with it because you think it sucks, but you're okay with yourself despite things, because everyone has things that suck about them, whether that's like physical or not physical or whatever. That's different. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about someone feeling really bad about, for example, they're struggling with their skin, right? And they really don't know where to start. They don't know what to do. No one's really giving them solutions. They've gone to the dermatologist, whatever. And someone's just like, no, you shouldn't care because you're beautiful the way you are, and you shouldn't care because that's somehow feminine or something ridiculous like that, right? Someone could be beautiful the way they are in the sense that they're a human and they're a person and they have value. But if someone doesn't feel good about how they're being represented or presented, that's still valid, you know? That's still valid, especially if they do feel like, especially if they've been bullied for it, especially if they've had real, tangible, like, real world consequences as a result of these things. It's okay. And I think it's also healthy to allow people to explore addressing things like that. But yeah, I'm not talking about like making peace with things that you think suck. That's not what I mean. That's different, you know? I have to get them removed because I can't breathe through my nose. Wait, what? What'd you do? I don't understand. So like for sure. Yeah, so in this context, you are the only one he doesn't have criticism for, and you live the rest of your life wondering why. No, I need to know. I need to know. I agree with you. That's another thing. I think that if you get to the point where you're trying to get like your PSL and you're trying to like ascend and go from this to that, you probably aren't just realistically trying to improve your appearance a little bit. You're probably deep in the cut of genuinely misinterpreting faces. I have seen this in several people, and some people get it occasionally. I've had friends, male, by the way, one of my friends who notoriously had this, and I remember being so confused about it at the time. One of my friends would look in the mirror and he would go, "Oh my God, look at these wrinkles." And I'd be like, I'd say, "Show me." I'd turn around, I'd look, and I'd say, "Dude, you don't have wrinkles." And this wasn't like someone trying to bait. He was a really close friend of mine. He was being 100% honest. He was like, "No, like here," like, and he would look in the mirror and he'd like point at them. I'm like, "Dude, you don't have fucking wrinkles. What are you talking about?" And he swore, he like saw like very specific things. He'd be like, "Look, it's so old and I look like da da da." I'm like, it wasn't even a shadow. It wasn't even anything. It wasn't there. It wasn't fucking there. Okay? And people stare at their faces so long and spend so much time trying to understand where their face stands amongst other people's faces that they start to literally look at faces differently. And I know this because I've seen the way people write about other people's faces. I've seen people come in here and say things, really weird things about me, about other streamers, like just very weird about celebrities. I don't see it about YouTubers, weirdly enough, but that's not important. Just very strange things that most, like, it's like the whole meme of Clav going up to the girl and saying, "No, I'm not attracted to you, you have a recessed maxilla." Like, okay, like, okay, it's fine you're not attracted to someone, but because of her recessed maxilla? What the fuck are you talking about? Do you know what I mean? Like, there is a level where a certain rumination will literally lead to you interpreting faces differently. And I think that is the area Clav is in, right? Right? So yes, I think yes, maybe someone would need maybe some help, if that's the case. You know? If you're not maxing, I'm not interested. I mean, it's like, yes, that's another thing. You guys have to also understand, I've been a girl online for a very long time. Pro Anna Tumblr was poppin'. Oh my fucking God. The toxicity there, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. What's wrong with preferences? You're trolling, right? There's nothing wrong with preferences. If you just like long maxillas. Then he likes long maxillas. You caught me. The unfortunate trend I've seen an uptick for is speculating on an actress having too much plastic surgery by comparing her to her at 40. They've been doing that for like 10 years. They've been doing that for like 10 years. My least favorite is when they show women like in their literal teenage years and then like in their early 30s, and they'll be like, "Look," and her lower jaw will be like thinner and her cheekbones will be like more prominent and her eyes will be like a little more like defined, like around like the orbital bone, and typically, like I said, chin, you know, and they'll just generally look kind of like thinner as well, and they'll be like, "Look at all this surgery," and I'm like, that's kind of what happens, but because they don't look like saggy, they're like, oh, this isn't aging. It's like, no, there is aging that is not necessarily like, you know, saggy old lady aging. People do look older in the sense of being like very, men and women can look more chiseled and more defined. That's just true. She has remote viewing. Who the fuck? Remote viewing? What the fuck's that shit? Although she's older. Yeah, what does she do though? Stop the presses. Someone looks like me stop the presses. Chat, you can be the judge of that. I'm not looking that shit up. I need to hear about how to fix my maxilla.
Do all my softmax routines right
Oh,
before that.
softmaxing is like, you know, kind of not, you know, like softmaxing might be like skincare, you know? Like, you're not going hard in the paint. You're dabbling here and there. You know?
And as soon as I wake up, the first thing I do, since I'm already braced against my pillow, is I take my thumbs and I thumb pull laterally. I will do thumb pulling at work.
I confirm this is a blonde woman. There's no resemblance. I'm still saying Sasha though. Oh my god. Good basketball fan?
I'll make sure no one's in the parking lot. I'll thumb pull laterally.
What does this have to do with it?
And I really want to get to that 10-tooth smile. I'm going to show you guys my progress right now.
See, I'm just like Cloud.
See, on this side, I've got like 8 teeth that are visible when I smile, but I've got the, you know, the 9 and 10th.
Jay, I learned some internet dude chills you to mess with your face. Yup, his name is clavicular, and
them, like, you know, very prominent.
He has very specific reasons.
A more U shape as opposed to a more V shape. So that's the goal of thumb pulling. And the thing that not a lot of people know about is your lower jaw or your mandible grows with your maxilla.
Yeah, maybe that would be a soft max. I don't know. Who knows, chaotic?
Your mandible or your gonians apart. I see
gonians? What are gonians?
What's called gonian pulling, and I tried this, where you pull from.
Unpopular opinion, but being on a level look smacking like a figure is the same. Wait, no. You're onto something, buddy. You're onto something. Is the same as being transgender, psychologically. I don't think that's necessarily an unpopular opinion, and I think I see what you're trying to say there. It is definitely gender reaffirming. That I can say. That I can say. I think I know what you're trying to say. Depends on how you would define, what it means to be transgender psychologically, which I think is, you know, a little complicated. Well, yeah, that is what it is. Who is that? No, let me walk it back. No. Yeah, I'm gonna press play and you'll suddenly not be saying that shit. Nope.
There's a large plethora of issues as well, like TMJ disorder, as well as, you know, just general discomfort. So if you're thumb pulling your upper maxilla or your mid-palatal suture apart, your lower jaw will grow with it. So you'll fix your lower arch crowding as well as your upper arch crowding.
Just mocked my arms.
As you can see, I've got some teeth out of place. So I will use this softmax until I'm able to secure myself with, you know, traditional orthodontic devices like.
Did he ever go through with that?
Or, you know, traditional braces. We'll see where that takes us, but I'm throwing this in as a softmax because it's no.
That's a softmax.
Allocated out of my day. Excuse me. So that's how we're gonna do it, and we're gonna post results on the forum as always. I took some
on the forum. By on the forum, he means looksmax.org. All right. So yeah, that's one little thing on Clav. One little video of him. Hold on. My full looks maxing supplement protocol.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Here's my full supplement protocol and a brief explanation of why each of the following drugs is part of my protocol. Now, first, we're going to start off with something boring, something over-the-counter. That's going to be caffeine, right? That's just something to give me a little bit of energy pre-workout, right? In case I want to, do my laundry or something like that around the house. Very basic.
True, true,
Osman.
Osman.
Over-the-counter stimulant that you could get.
I think that is very true as well, Grumpy.
Stick with that. If anything, I wouldn't.
I'm in a funny mood today. I fell asleep watching season 3 of Singles Inferno. Nice.
Now, the next stimulant that I use is going to be Adderall, right? 7.5 milligrams.
I don't think he's on Adderall anymore. I think he's on meth.
That's going to be what I use before I do.
I think he's on meth now. He did. This is such a long video.
Looks maxing is the furthest extent that you could take self-improvement. This principle follows Wolff's law that a bone is going to grow back stronger.
You would hit yourself in the head with a hammer.
Okay, this is louder now. Why is this louder now? It's still gonna be so quiet.
Yeah. But there are different ways you can improve yourself.
Right, but what's going to actually get you further in life?
What is looking better for?
I'm someone who just wants to mog, essentially. I'm getting
We're
a
all
double
glad.
jaw surgery, and
Did he
a
get
couple
the double
weeks
jaw
from now,
surgery?
So that's probably the furthest it goes.
You do meth.
Maybe I traded like some neurotoxicity for temporary leanness to ascend really quickly.
Ascend. Dude, and also just culturally, the linguistics is funny. It is. It is. He is that dude, Ravenstar. This is that guy. The casual thoughtful.
On Michael and I've had the privilege of sitting down with
Yeah,
people from a wide variety of backgrounds.
Fucking Michael Knowles.
Priests, exorcists, scientists, refugees. Never before, though, have I sat down with a looks maxed meth head live stream cell. And I have that distinct
Live stream
privilege
cell.
today with my new friend, Clavicular.
How's it going?
Chat. Are we, I need to, what was the exact quote there?
And I have that distinct privilege today with maxed meth refugees. Never before, though, have I sat down with a looks maxed meth head live stream cell. And I
Chat, are we looks max meth head live stream cells? 4 in chat? Or looks max meth head live stream cells? 4 in chat?
I have that distinct privilege today with my new friend, Clavicular.
How's it going?
Mr. Icular, it's wonderful to have you on the show.
Thank you so much for having me, Mug.
There is so much I want to get into with you.
Okay.
Even all those parts of your title. But I want to start with the most obvious, the most apparent to most people, which is that you're a good-looking guy.
I tell him, see
I don't
what's
think
up.
that makes me gay to say you're a good-looking guy. You have intentionally become a good-looking guy.
No, it totally
You have
does, and
looks maxed.
I think men should improve their appearance, like Tomsky says.
What is looks maxing?
Looks maxing is the furthest extent that you could take self-improvement.
You've been following me since
we've seen
2018?
a lot of, different forms of that over the years. Mostly with bodybuilding, I would say was the main one for a while for men, from about 2010 up until 2020. And then it sort of shifted into looks maxing. That kind of crept into the space from different niche, forums, especially those of PSL, which was just 3
Pumpkin spice latte, obviously.
No, just 3 looks maxing forums. So that influence kind of crept in, and it's very obvious that the face is more important than the physique. So people were doing the self-improvement, and it wasn't really getting them the results that they needed. So that's why the further step needed to be taken to sort of go about improving upon your entire life.
Men's teaching fashion? Yep,
There
we
are all
watched
these
that
bodybuilding
shit.
forums, and you say, well, what about this phrase, the butterface? But you hear about the butt. You never hear
Right.
about butter body.
Uh-huh.
So you draw the conclusion from that hey, you guys are all working out to build
Tomsky,
up your
I think
body,
Mr.
but the
Brzlow's
face
joking.
is more important to physical attractiveness.
Absolutely.
So that's what distinguishes just working out and hitting the gym and bodybuilding from looks maxing.
It's just adding an extra layer, right? I'm someone who hugely advocates for still going to the gym, even though I might have been taking a little bit of time off recently.
I've taken about a decade or so off.
Yeah, so no worries. We're on the same page there. But I'm just adding that extra layer, that extra piece of key nuance that I feel like
Hi,
has
all.
been
Hi, Rudolph.
out of the equation for the longest time,
I've
especially
been
in
live
a
for
lot
4
of
hours and
like
42 minutes
manosphere
and
discussion.
30 seconds. I need to
Looks
stand
hasn't
up.
really been, mentioned.
I'm not leaving now.
It just seems kind of silly to me.
Can I ask how old you are?
19.
You're 19.
Correct.
So you're very young.
Bags it on.
And you're talking about this development of the looks maxing, self-improvement world. When did you get into this?
When I was 14 years old, I was someone who was on these bodybuilding forums. I started taking exogenous hormones, testosterone.
No, I think over text it is
when I was
difficult to tell
14.
sometimes, okay?
And then it became more of a shift from bodybuilding-oriented stuff, like we talked about before. I'd say this happened to a lot of people, into more looks maxing stuff over the years.
I know, that's what I'm saying, Rudolph. It's
You're
fascinating.
14.
Yeah,
You're
he's
going through
fucking
puberty.
19,
You're
dude.
You're getting a nice injection of testosterone the old-fashioned way. Why did you do that?
For facial masculinization, just optimizing all of my growth pathways so that I could have like a super physiological puberty, right? So, you could do a lot with pharmaceutical intervention. So taking those steps at an early
Raven, I don't
age
even know
is
if that's
kind of like it's a now or never mentality, right?
ruining
So
his life.
once
I
your
don't know
growth
the
plates
status of that.
close, there's nothing you could do.
What's so fascinating about that
He's
answer
free and
is
streaming.
That's like the right-wing version of the transgender argument.
Correct,
Trans
Trumpy.
people
Yeah,
are always saying,
I would say
I
so.
got to take the cross-sex hormones when I'm 13 or 14 because if I wait until I'm 18 or 20, it'll be all closed off and I'll never look like the opposite sex. And what you're saying is, well, I had to take all these exogenous hormones when I was 14 so that I could look like the most giga-chad version of my own sex.
Right. Yeah, no, of course. So it's the exact opposite. And you'll hear a lot of criticism for like the stuff that I talk about from the left, which is quite ironic. So I'm glad you brought that up.
So what does it mean? So you start taking testosterone.
Right.
Oh, yeah. He's
Okay,
gonna have
before
so
we
many
get into
issues.
what your parents said about this, what your doctors said or didn't say about this, you're a 14-year-old kid. 14-year-olds go through a lot of problems, a lot of self-image issues.
Testosterone at
girls and boys.
14. 14.
Why?
14.
Why do you do this when most 14-year-olds don't?
Well, so I'm a bit of an autist, right? So I was just like, there's this thing that could get me to my desired physique quicker. Like, why wouldn't I do that? It wasn't like your typical 14-year-old who goes on Instagram and sees like, a picture of David Lade or like Chris Bumstead and it's like, oh,
I don't know
I
who
want
those
to look
people
like
are.
that guy. I'm just like, well, objectively, this is going to get me there quicker. So why would I not,
Are there
That was kind of the mentality.
Are there downsides there? Are there side effects?
Of course, yeah, no. So there's a lot that can go wrong if you're not very careful with, using
Bodybuilders? Oh,
anabolic
okay, makes
steroids,
sense.
obviously. So I was someone who did my due diligence and made sure things didn't go horribly wrong. There's certainly things I could have went about better, and I wish I had a more comprehensive understanding before I, decided to go this route. But we're here now. And for those reasons, with how complex it is, I don't openly advocate for anyone to do this, right? I think a lot more people are going to wind up fucking themselves over, screwing themselves over if they are to go this route
Why
rather
is my
than,
chat auto
if
refreshing?
they were to decide, to stay natural.
What do you regret? You say there's some things I wish I'd done differently, would have turned out differently.
Just not taking certain pharmaceuticals. I wish I would have, had a little bit more IGF-1 in the protocols, just for example. So
I think his
what's
parents
the
were
effect of it?
bodybuilders, were they not?
IGF-1 is, an important hormone for development. So just if I were to take that, that would be a little bit better, but I couldn't afford it at the time. So I would have just gone about that a little different.
But there was nothing where you'd say, I really messed this part of my body up. You just say, I wish I'd gone further.
Right, yeah.
So you start taking these steroids. Are you still taking them?
Yes, I'm just on TRT.
What's TRT?
Testosterone replacement
Yes,
therapy.
yeah, okay. You hear about like 50-year-old guys doing that.
Yeah, well, it seems a little ridiculous that to optimize my testosterone levels to where they realistically should be as a male, I have to wait until I'm like 30 years old is like the common cope that you hear on the internet. And testosterone levels have been declining rapidly across generations, so I'm kind of just
I think
placing myself
he's
where
spoken about things relating to that also.
evolutionarily should be.
I think he
Okay,
has.
so looks maxing then
I don't know if
is when you
it was that
shoot up
exactly,
a bunch of
but
pharmaceuticals.
No, that's not that's my iteration of looks maxing. is just kind of doing whatever it takes, like the rich piano mentality. That's not really what I advocate for because, again, with all these complexities, you could wind up fucking yourself over. And
how so?
Well, take testosterone, for example. You could deal with hair loss issues. You could deal with acne. You could deal with gynecomastia. You have to really carefully manage a ton of different hormones and a ton of different interactions inside your body.
You have to forgive my ignorance.
fun,
I know
Jason.
nothing about this. What is gynecomastia?
That is, the glandular tissue in your nipples growing.
Yeah.
So I guess I think the term I've heard a lot of people use is. So
yeah, no, I don't want that.
Yeah, so you don't want that. That's what I mean. And if people are just go around blasting tests without a comprehensive understanding of this stuff, that's what would happen. But there are mechanisms that you could leverage to make sure this doesn't occur. But once again, most people won't have the foresight to go about it the right way.
So when you learn all this stuff online and you're on all these forums and you say, okay, this is how I'm going to look really good, and you start getting the testosterone, what did your parents ever object to that? Or?
Yeah, they would take it away all the time. And
where did you get it?
Just on the internet. So yeah, there was like a time where I went like hypogonadal for a month or two, just because they took my testosterone stash, but I made sure that never happened again.
Hypergonadal?
Hypogonadal, like I didn't have any testosterone production, just for like a month or two. And that was probably the worst 2 months of my life.
Yeah.
Having zero male sex hormone, you have no libido, no sex drive. So yeah, just making sure to avoid that is very important.
So your parents, you get into this on the internet, you order the drugs on the internet, you start taking the drugs, your parents finally find out about this, and they say, hey, stop doing that. What did they tell you?
Well, they would just take it away, say no more steroids, like take away the Xbox Classic stuff. But I'm just someone who, is willing to do whatever needs to be done. So I would just reorder it to a P.O. box instead. Like, a lot of people will come after my parents for the things that I did, but realistically, no one was stopping me. I was committed to my goal, and I wasn't going to let anyone get away.
So why was that your goal? Because I see the point on self-improvement, and ambitious young men want to improve themselves. But there are different ways you can improve yourself. There's the physical way, there's spiritual improvement, there's mental improvement, there's, I don't know, all sorts of improvement.
Right, but what's going to actually get you further in life? What's going to get you opportunities in the workplace? What's going to get you, dates, with prettier women? It's going to be looks 100 times over, and there's really no denying that with like a lot of the recent self-report studies we've seen, like research from the dating apps that's been released. So I would say that looks is just the most important metric, and it's arguably one of the easier things that you could maximize.
What's very interesting about what you said is, well, we'll get back to all these ultimate goals, but just on the dating point, you say, look, what matters in dating is looks. And that has been true for all of history to some degree. But I think it's truer today than it was 30 years ago. Because I'll give you an example. I went to a prestigious university where you got a lot of guys who graduate, I'm talking about the parents of my classmates. A lot of the guys, they don't look good, but a lot of them become very rich. And we would sometimes joke that the girls who went to this school looked kind of like aliens, because they had these supermodel moms and these like fat, ugly dads. But the dads were really rich. And so, listen, it's a little bit of a stereotype. Plenty of people did not fit the stereotype. But when you think of generations past, there are plenty of not so great looking guys who ended up with beautiful women for reasons of, social rights and rituals, for reasons of money, for reasons of class status, for reasons of profession, whatever. They didn't have the dating apps. And so even that, you get into looks maxing because of the online forums, you get the drugs for looks maxing because of the internet marketplaces, and you say the reason I need to looks max is because all the dating takes place online where you're reduced to a picture.
Right. Of course, and that's something that often gets brought up to me. And here's my response to the whole thing about money would be, what's more likely for the average guy? Because I think of things in sociological terms. I think that's very interesting to me. Just look at men across the society. What's more likely? Someone to ascend from maybe slightly below average to above average through looks maxing, or for them to achieve that desired amount of wealth for a supermodel to date them. It just seems like, we should be telling people to go the looks route.
Why?
Because it's easier. It's more realistic.
Is it cheap to looks max, or does it cost money?
It's just more achievable. People with...
I'm just saying, how much do these drugs cost?
Not much. It's not really that difficult. It's more of a time investment, but someone is likely going to lack the intellect to be able to achieve this status max, to achieve, income max. So just across the society, I would say we should be advocating for looks.
I'm not sure I agree with you that it's easier to look better than it is to make some money or do well in your job or what have you. I mean, there are plenty of people at the top of their profession, whatever that profession is, blue collar, white collar, people who would be considered by some metric elite, who are not that intelligent, who probably don't have a very high IQ, but who work very hard, who are clever, who are scrappy, who are hustlers.
Well, we're talking about across the society, not just like a couple anecdotes of maybe some dumb blue collar like brute, maybe owning his own company. So that just seems a little bit ridiculous to me, to suggest that it would be easier to jump 20 percentiles in terms of income or status than in looks.
I guess the reason, if I think across the society, that I'm skeptical of this, not just the brute who ends up with his own company, but people who, across industries and class strata. I know way more rich guys than I know really good-looking guys. And I think we see more rich guys in society than we see good-looking guys. So all things else being equal, if you just want to, attract a chick, wouldn't it? And I guess the reason I'm pushing on this point is, when you learn how to do well in your job, when you learn how to cultivate some skill that the marketplace rewards, aren't you improving yourself in other ways that just enhancing your bone structure does not?
Absolutely. No, and you're fully right. And before we go any further down this rabbit hole, I don't want to act like these two forms of improvement are mutually exclusive whatsoever.
I was listening.
I advocate for all the same
I was
stuff
listening
you're
all the
talking
time.
about. I think that learning a high value
I have
skill is one of the
thoughts.
most important
I have
things
thoughts.
that
I
you
don't
can
know.
do.
I don't know
I'm
if
just
you do,
saying
chat.
that
Do you?
It's going to be easier
'Cause I
for you
do.
to actually ascend and overcome a lot of the disparities in the dating market through looks. I'm not saying neglect getting rich, neglect, your status. That would be absolutely ridiculous for me to suggest. So I'm saying a well-rounded mogger is kind of required with how difficult the scene is these days.
I grant. I sometimes think that I got the last chopper out of Nam, because I'm a millennial, and I was single for a bit, and I always liked dating when I was single, but I married the love of my life, and we have this great life. And I think, man, if I had to date in the year of our Lord 2025, I would be very upset. I would have to learn how to mog. I would have to learn how to mew. I would have to learn all these skills that I don't possess.
Yeah, absolutely. And I would say that the main reason that is because of Instagram, right? And a lot of people don't understand the implications of, access to the internet and access to communicating with everyone across the entire world, essentially.
What is a
So what that
well-rounded
looks like in
mogger?
terms of a hypergamy standpoint was, maybe you had a girl from your town who's going to try to date above her looks level, maybe just in her immediate surroundings. But now we've got people like, professional athletes DMing them on Instagram, flying them out. So you're not just competing with the top chads of your 15-mile radius.
Bro.
You're competing with the entire
Top
world.
shots of your 15-mile radius. I'm going to lose my mind. Yeah, I feel pretty fine today. How are you?
It's
the chads of the world, maybe who even live in Chad.
Yeah,
the nation of Chad.
You got no idea. Well, I doubt it, but so it's becoming increasingly difficult to compete as like the average guy. So there's this purgatory zone where even someone who's average to above average could be struggling to secure a long-term relationship a lot of the times, and that's like really alarming.
This is very interesting because the observation you're making
They're both
pertains to the economic discussion
Okay.
too. A lot of the debates over free trade.
I think they're kind of both wrong. It's really painful to hear them discuss this and just like not really even account for like, I'm genuinely not trying to like sound like, overly optimistic or like toxically positive here, but it's really weird hearing two people discuss this and not even at all account for personality whatsoever. That is very fucking weird. And on top of that, hearing this guy, what the fuck's his name? Michael Knowles, tell Clav that, you know, I think it would just be easier to try to get really rich. First of all, I think the framing is bizarre that in order to get women, you have to be like exceptionally hot or exceptionally rich. That doesn't even mathematically make sense. But whatever. He's like, no, I think you should just try to get really rich though. I just try to compare it to Club taking like some hormones that cost like $100. You know, I mean, let's be honest. We're kind of the game's kind of a little rigged. You know, can you really blame a Zoomer for thinking to themselves, damn, if I just inject these fucking peptides, I'll go from like a whatever rating to whatever rating that I made up and found on this website? Damn, well, if that gets me bitches, it gets me bitches. Can you blame him for thinking that? Yeah, exactly. Just simply get rich. Like, what the fuck? But on the other hand, yeah, no, I do think Clavicular's framing of things is like, oh, well, that's just like, you know, it's all about dating apps and you just need to go on a dating app. And if you're looking good on a dating app, then I don't know, maybe that is how it works. I don't fucking know. I don't know. I'm actually feeling dumber for watching this. Thank you, fine, no problem.
And economic policy in the last 10 years have revolved around the perils of globalization.
But when he was like, I know more rich men than I know attractive men, I was like, that's a weird statement. First of all, what women find attractive might not be what you find attractive. There could be men you know that you wouldn't even think anything of that many women find attractive. You don't know. And on top of that, yeah, I'm just gonna say he's probably not a great judge. Just guessing. I don't know. Of that in particular. And also, you're kind of like well known. I'd imagine you're pretty well connected and know some wealthy people.
You only had to compete against your countrymen. Now you got to compete against your countrymen, the flood of foreigners that comes in across an open border, and
oh, bro, that one hurt. That one hurt. That one hurt. That was like a gut punch. Bro's trying to bring illegal immigration into this? Guys, we're not gonna be able to. They're all true atoms. They're all mugging us. They're gonna take all our women. We just can't compete. We can't all be hot and rich, unlike these immigrants.
Globalized world with jobs being outsourced all over the globe.
Yeah, exactly. Very similar. But yeah, no, even if it was...
Bro, that's such... Yeah, I feel like Clav isn't even gonna, like, respond to that. It's so weird.
Like, things are really bad. Like, when you've got girls being, like, flown out by, like, Shaquille O'Neal, and you're just an average guy making, you know, maybe $80,000 a year. Like, what are you supposed to do?
Does that happen? Does Shaquille O'Neal fly out girls from Palookaville?
Oh, I'm sure.
Palookaville.
Yeah, absolutely.
Does he really, or is that the thing? Like,
I hear people talk about this way more than
I guess it could
I have ever. I don't think I've ever heard about this like actually
yeah,
happening.
No, I've seen professional athletes like following like girls I knew from like my hometown. Like this is like a very common thing, because with how degenerate the society has moved. These girls are taking on so many different sexual partners that you know that there's a lot of plausibility for this kind of stuff.
So the promiscuity is a major problem. I mean, on a whole host of social levels.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this does not.
But what you're telling me is, looks maxing is chiefly about getting a girlfriend.
No. Your looks are going to.
Oh, he's about to blow Michael's mind
in a lot of different regards, whether it be in the workplace.
He's about to blow his mind, dude.
Overall opportunities presented to you. This is all going to be tailored to looks, and the main thing that you need to understand is the halo effect. I don't know if you've heard about this.
What is the halo effect?
The halo effect.
So, okay, I have heard people talk about the halo effect, especially in regards to him. Usually after a clip of like people just having a pleasant interaction with Clav, they'll be like, halo effect, halo effect. I have a vague understanding of what it is, but I've never heard him sit and explain it. So this is a first for me.
Is that people are going to perceive the things that you say and the things that you do a lot better if you're good looking. Right?
Yeah.
So
there's like that meme where some really good-looking guy goes up and he's like, "Hey, Shelly, nice dress today." And she's like, "Oh, thanks, Giga Chat." Exactly. And then some like fat guy walks up, he's like, "Nice dress, Shelly." And she's like, "Hello, HR."
I'm not saying this is false, but I think it is a little bit more complicated than that. For example, the things that he's attempting to achieve with looks maxing, I don't think that scales with perceived perceived positive ability to like interpret something someone's saying. Because someone who I think people could look at and think like very pleasant things about and what they're saying, who looks like, you know, very friendly, might not fit his fucking PSL 10 True Atom thing. And there are a lot of PSL 10 True Atoms who people might look at like a fucking Disney supervillain. So I don't know.
Exactly. Yeah. So no, that's a pinnacle example.
I get what he's saying though. I get what he's saying, but I think it doesn't perfectly what's the right word? Not align. It doesn't overlay perfectly on top of what he has pre-established with this whole PSL thing.
Halo effect and what that looks
Yeah, pretty
like.
privilege is a
So
thing.
if you've got to
Yeah.
be this fat slob who's getting HR complaints for shit that you saw, you know, another guy do 2 seconds ago, that's got to be quite brutal. You know, so just your overall well-being, if you're an unattractive person and no one even wants to look at you in the elevator, no one even wants to shake your hand or acknowledge you.
If he makes it to 29,
it's
Mr.
horrible
Grizzlet.
for your mental well-being, and that's why
Yeah, I think
looks
that's true. I go
maxing goes a lot further
Mhm.
than just getting a girlfriend. Like that seems like a very silly thing to do all
At
this
least,
effort.
though, you would have to say the thesis of looks maxing is that looks are the most important thing in life.
Yeah.
What about the non-physical things? You know, I'm a little older than you, and when I was a kid, we were told looks aren't everything. Don't judge a book by its cover. It's what's on the inside that counts.
Those are true things.
Christianity and religion
That's not just
generally teaches us
Christianity.
that there is more to life than the material aspects of this world, and you know we need to focus on the spirit. And
Yeah, no, absolutely. But the thing is, your subconscious tells you if someone is genetically disfortunate that they are lesser than you, and you have to kind of fight that if you're thinking in terms of like Christianity to acknowledge them as an equal. So if you've got to go against like your biological instincts to have a belief system.
I don't want to keep pausing every couple of seconds. And I know that even there's no way he could address like every single thing in these responses, but like I can't help it. But genetically more disfortunate? Is that what he said? See, like again, this all falls apart with like the really rigid rating of the whole PSL thing, because there could be people who don't have that, who technically, you know, are more genetically fortunate than you. It's just dumb.
It already kind of
it's like eugenics, dude. It's crazy.
Yeah, but don't we do that in a whole host of ways? Like I believe in original sin and concupiscence. I think it's a fallen world, and so sometimes people drive me crazy, and I kind of want to murder them. My biology or some fallen aspect of my nature urges me to murder them or to go sleep with 100 other women who aren't my wife.
Sorry, I need to rewind. I'm sorry, I zoned out.
Your subconscious tells you if someone is genetically disfortunate that they are lesser than you, and you have to kind of fight that if you're thinking in terms of like Christianity to acknowledge them as an equal. So if you've got to go against like your biological instincts to have a belief system, it already kind of just makes it a little bit difficult, you know?
Yeah, but don't we do that in a whole host of ways? Like I believe in original sin and concupiscence. I think it's a fallen world, and so
I don't know what the fuck
sometimes
he's
people
talking
drive
about.
me crazy, and I kind of want to murder them. My biology or some fallen aspect of my nature urges me to murder them or to go sleep with 100 other women who aren't my wife or to eat 10 more cupcakes off the table. And I have to fight against that just as I fight against all sin.
But what's easier, to convince...
I need to stop pausing this. What? I feel like those numbers are a little extreme. What did he say? Kill 1,000 people, sleep with 100 women, and eat 10 cupcakes? Are those the numbers he just gave? That just sounds like an intrusive thought at that point. It doesn't even seem like a passing possibility of an option of something you'd like to do. That just sounds like completely, you know, also an intrusive thought.
Every single person in the state or in the United States to treat everyone equally based on looks and really fight their biological instincts, or to individually improve yourself so that you don't have to?
Well, I guess maybe the question then becomes over the improvement, because you've already granted that some
It is
of
like
these
American Psycho, yeah.
drugs that you're taking, they might have negative side effects.
A lot of them.
Now, is looks maxing all just drugs? Or
No. That's,
what else is there to it?
So there's a lot of stuff about like coloring, like, you know, being tanner. It could even be as simple as,
is tan good?
Tanning?
Yes.
Well, the UV damage and UV exposure can certainly.
No, I'm saying from the LooksMax perspective. Do people like the tanner people or the whiter people?
The tanner people, actually, and they've done a lot of different surveying about this. Usually, tanned European phenotypes are the most ideal. So,
because you would think, oh, maybe this is just racist, but you would I thought the idea was people value whiteness more, and that's one of the great sins of our culture, is that whiteness is considered more beautiful than brownness or blackness. But you're saying no, it's the basically you need to Sicilian max, and then you're in a good spot.
yeah, not necessarily. I mean, it's also just a health indicator to be a little bit more tanned rather than completely pale. So that's why people often prefer it. So that's another.
Yeah,
part. It could
Sicilian
even
Max
be as
is
simple as
crazy.
getting leaner,
No
lean
comment.
maxing,
No
so that's why looks
comments.
maxing, and that's arguably the most important thing that you could do, because you can do all this. You can get surgeries, but at the end of the day, if you're 20-25% body fat, you're not even able to see any of your facial angularity or definition. You've got no idea what's underneath all of the sludge.
Okay, so you get rid of the sludge.
I don't know what point you came in during. It's complicated. It's complicated. It's so complicated.
Work out. And maybe, okay, now that's basic. Everyone, yeah, okay. You want to look.
Yeah, I hate when people say phenotypes, because I know exactly where they're fucking coming from.
Yeah, work out and eat better.
Everyone knows that.
Everyone knows that.
You came in 10
then
seconds
you
ago.
raise the stakes a little bit and you say, and inject yourself with things like testosterone and other hormones. Okay, that raises.
Wait. Okay, Clav is the result of modern culture of good-looking people being made to feel guilty about being born good-looking. He's the balance to correct that back to center. Do you feel like good-looking people are made to feel guilty about being born good-looking?
Raises it a little bit. Is that it? Is that where it maxes out?
No, so I'm getting a double jaw surgery in a couple weeks from now.
You've been listening the whole time. Okay.
So that's probably the furthest it goes, is plastic surgery.
This is really ignorant.
Yes, of course. Wait. Yes, of course. Look at movies, TV shows, and pro models. The standard has fallen big time. Which, even if what you were saying is true, even if what you were saying were true, what does that have to do with guilt? Like, let's say, oh, the standard has fallen, like, whatever. What guilt is that imposing on people who were at the high end of that standard? I don't understand. Agreed, Mr. Perzola. Yeah, during COVID. Yeah, COVID messed the Zoomers up.
Here. Okay. What do you mean a double jaw surgery?
So
you're not getting a second jaw.
No, they just perform 2 osteotomies.
Meaning like one side and the other side?
No. So your upper jaw, which is your maxilla.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And your lower jaw, your mandible. They're just doing an osteotomy on both of the jaws and then advancing them forward.
Now, why are you doing that? You're a good-looking guy.
Standards have fallen. People who can act getting jobs. Yeah.
Better, right?
Why? Okay. Before I ask my next question, why do you want to look better? Meaning, look, I would get it if you looked like some mutant and you had some deformities and it was really messing up your life. But you're tall, muscular, you've got defined bone features. Why do you need to go further?
Well, I mean, you're already rich. You know, why are we here right now doing this interview?
Because I
turn
think
that around on you.
I like having money. Money's a nice thing to have. But I don't really like spending money that much. And so I'm happy to make the money and get more money. But I think there's more to my work.
You get what
money.
I'm saying, right?
No, but I think it's an important distinction.
Yeah.
I work for a lot more than money.
Mm-hmm.
If I
Because they're purposely picking overweight people to say that people in shape and good looking is not actually good looking. That's only a society telling them. Are you talking about a societal message being sent to people who previously were deemed physically attractive, that like that's no longer of value to the extent that it previously was? Is that what you're saying? Because that's not guilt. You open this up by saying like people who are attractive have been conditioned to feel guilty for it.
Only wanted to make money, I would have gone into banking or consulting or something. So I work for a lot more than that. What are you working for when you get the double jaw surgery?
To look better. And, you know, just because you're already doing okay or you're well off, is that a reason to quit? Is that a reason to sort of put the brakes on? That seems a little ridiculous. I would
Let me ask it another way.
Yeah.
You say, why do I need to keep working? And I say, well, in part, it's to make more money. And then
Clav is a result of kids being too much on the internet to escape from real life. So they feel detached from their real body and desire to become the hotshot guy, profile picker, hot League of Legends hero. Yeah, of course, but this was also during COVID. If he's 19 now, when he was 14, wasn't that like kind of COVID era? Was it not? It fucked everyone up, dude. If you were under the age of 30, it probably fucked you up pretty bad.
and I can put my kids through school, and maybe I can take them on a vacation or whatever. But it's also to spread the ideas that I care about. It's also to raise my political influence in ways that I think would help shape the country in a good way. It's also to spread my view of
Western people and their genetic beauty standards are really. I agree with you. It confuses me so much, and I mean this sincerely. It confuses me so much when people say like, oh, like this very specific like thing or like ethnicity of people or like my type or whatever. I'm just like, what do you mean? There could be someone who's attractive who there's so much range within everyone that I just don't really even understand. Like I said, I think people genuinely just perceive faces differently or like just appearance differently than other people. My kids are 20 and 17 and nowhere near this messed up. Oh no, I'm not saying most are. I'm saying that like for people who already had problems, that probably exacerbated them wildly. He could get a girl before, why do all this? He claimed he couldn't.
religion, spread the gospel.
I think he claimed he couldn't. I don't remember.
There are myriad reasons that I would continue to work, but it would be doing the interview and doing the shows for those reasons. And so what I'm asking you is, what you already look good. Why do you what is looking better for?
Yeah, he literally made posts on the Looksmaxing forum site about how he could say as few words in a day as physically possible. Dude didn't talk to anybody. Dude had a goal to not talk to anybody.
So I'm someone who just wants to mog, essentially. And I've done this speech a few times. I don't.
How much of this have you been through as a girl? Confession time. None of the shit he's doing. I've never been on any type of injectable or any of that. I've never. Nope, none of that. I don't know what you mean.
Getting girls, that's kind of lost its novelty. At this point, I just want to mog people. I want to have.
I think it's both, Razor.
A better.
Probably mostly the second.
And just better overall quality of life through my looks.
Look, sometimes a guy just wants to mog. I get it.
You know what I mean?
But this.
That's me. I'm the guy who wants to
brings
mog.
us back to the spiritual point that I alluded to. I could get the Looksmaxing if it were about getting a girl. You couldn't get a girl, now you want to get a girl. Now, getting a girl isn't just so you can get laid. In my humble opinion, getting a girl is so that you can get married and you can have a family and you can have kids and you can be part of your community and you can, it's for stuff. I would get looks.
I've always felt like some conservatives felt this way, but I never heard one of them say it out loud. I'm glad I just heard him say that out loud. I'm glad I just heard him say that out loud, because holy fucking shit, that explains so much of why certain things are permissible to them and certain things are not. Oh my god. The idea that it's somehow logical and perhaps maybe even moral or ethical to improve your appearance for the purpose of attracting a mate so you can start a family and then be a part of a community and all these traditional values. But there's something that makes sense about that. That explains quite a lot. That's how I view it.
Maxing, if you say, well, so that I can get a better job because employers are going to treat me better and they're going to promote me. Okay, I see that's for something. But if you're saying with a straight face, even with a new double jaw straight face, you say, look, man, I just want a mog, then I would have to ask, at that point,
oh no, I'm sure it could help. It can help with a lot of things. It probably improves things, like, in general. My point is, like, thinking like it's like actually like almost like the moral thing to do is so weird.
Isn't looks maxing just vanity?
I would say in a lot of regards, you know, it could be perceived that way, but that's...
Yeah, like, it wouldn't be vain to do that, and if it were for trying to start a family, I think it still would be.
Of it, and that's just my overall thing. And the word mog could mean so much, right? That could mean all the things that you just mentioned.
What do we mean by mog, I guess?
Just
crazy, radical choice, Mr. Perslot, radical choice.
What is a mogger?
That's how they think 100% agree.
This new movie. Yeah.
A mogger is someone who's just like...
Oh god, Gruna, Jesus Christ.
You know, the peak human. And that's kind of what I'm going for.
I mean, yeah. Wait, Grumpy, right? Don't tell me you're saying that. Oh no.
And wealth. I also want to.
Oh no.
Status, just becoming as well-rounded, like a full package mogger, as I can.
You know, and I get that.
So
and that there's a lot that's admirable about that. Mm-hmm. But there is a part that you have left out in your total mogging package, which is something we were just talking about. And I wonder
spiritual aspect?
Yes. Does that cut against all of the other mogging? Is there any...
I need to mog, hold on.
I don't think so. I really don't think so at all. You know, there might be certain parts of religion, whether it be Christianity, or I'm not sure if other people might be followers of Islam, that might...
Christianity's the true one. Don't worry about the other ones.
Well, just to acknowledge like, whatever viewers are watching.
Woke?
I would tend
woke?
Medi _ Grace cheered. X1111. You're killing it, Faxer. Love your shirt. Great Maxilla.
Yo, thank you so much, Medicrates. Thank you so much for bit maxing the 1,111 bits. We're mogging. We're mogging. Perfect timing. Woke Clav, by the way.
Christianity's the true one. Don't worry about the other ones.
Well, just to acknowledge, like, whatever viewers are watching, but I would tend to agree with you. You know, I'm not sure if there's different, you know, scripture about modifying yourself to that extent. You know,
well, in the old law, you can't have tattoos, but
I'm not much of a theologian, so I couldn't speak to that too well.
There is a warning against in the Christian religion. Against pride, you know, excessive love of one's own excellence, against vanity, against making idols out of
wonderful, Mr. Perslot.
These are some of the. If you wanted to be the greatest spiritual mogger, I do wonder if that would conflict with mogging in all of these other areas, physically, in terms of wealth. Elsewhere.
I could see how it could, but I don't really think that it necessarily would in my case.
Here would be one verse that I'm going to rewrite a little bit. It is easier for the camel to pass through the eye of a needle than for a wealth-maxed mogger to enter into the kingdom of heaven.
Okay. Interesting.
That's the MKV version of the Bible.
Yeah, so I don't really have too much regard for the spiritual aspect when I'm trying to looks max. I'm kind of all in on what I'm doing right now, and I'm not, you know, necessarily advocating against Christianity. I think that there's a lot that can be gained from
I agree with this.
And a lot of
I agree with this.
It's helped
My hero sandwich.
but this is just my pursuit in the immediate moment.
Okay,
you know?
so then bringing it back to more quotidian things. You said something earlier. You said, "Look, I'm not doing it just to get girls. The shine has rubbed off of that."
Mhm.
Do you have a girlfriend?
No.
No girlfriend. Do you want a girlfriend?
I'm a little bit young. I'm kind of focused on career right now.
Career.
I've heard a lot of but I had my first girlfriend when I was 12. And maybe that's a little bit.
Was he even like famous like this like a year ago? I mean, he definitely has a career out of it, but
dated in high school.
He's acting like he planned it.
Ended up marrying my high
He's
school
19.
sweetheart, albeit later. And so I don't know. I never found. I've heard this from my friends where they say, "I'm not focused on girls."
Well, it's interesting that he's saying he didn't really care about girls and he doesn't do this for girls, blah, blah, blah. Because so much of his content now is going to clubs and, like, I guess just, like, flirting with girls. And that really makes me think that that's sincerely just for his audience. Because a lot of his audience is thinking from the perspective of, oh, I want to get girls. And they want to see him do it to kind of be like, look how these girls are responding to me. They could respond to you too this way. That's the impression I'm getting.
Now, I'm going to have a career. I'm going to be established. I'm going to make some money, and then I'll worry about.
He's blatantly saying he doesn't
getting
care.
Married when I'm 30 or 35.
Yeah, no, that's another cope because people, by the time they're 35, a lot of their youth indicators have gone to, and
Who's
they
that?
haven't really gained enough.
Oh, to shit! I thought he just went.
That looks decline with maybe the increase in income and that kind of thing. So I would say that's probably not a good idea, but certainly at 19
Because men
years
notoriously
old,
just
for me to
cannot get
put,
married
you know,
after
my
30.
career,
It's just not possible.
Sort of at a halt, or at least slow down. You know, the traction that I've been gaining.
Razor blades. I don't know if he's gonna live that long.
Does it need to? Does having a girlfriend or
It
or,
does.
or it does?
Yeah.
Why do you say that?
Just in my personal case, I mean, I do a lot of content that's
on his mind is the
talking to
truth.
other girls, or pursuing maybe like one night stands sort of stuff.
Wait, hold on. You do content that involves
like trying
one nights. You're not a pornographer.
No. Just like trying to go to like parties and slay.
And slay.
Okay, I got it. So
Slay.
is it like pickup artist stuff?
No. Just like testing out like. It's basically just like a litmus test, like, do I mog yet, or like, you know what I mean?
So, like, for instance,
that's
you would get the jaw
crazy.
surgery, so you say, okay.
That's crazy. Oh my god. Oh my god. Imagine needing to know whether or not people thought you looked good on such a frequent basis. With such a wide variety of people to the point where you need to. Oh my god.
Hypothesis, I am going to slay
That's not even the
more
HUD,
and mog
Cajun.
harder once I have the jaw surgery.
Well,
I will test this through the methodology of the party.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's kind of the idea behind it. And also with streaming, I stream
Mogging.
Every single day for hours. I'm on my computer all day. I really wouldn't have the time to be really an interesting partner for any woman. That's for sure.
Would that maybe balance you out a little bit if you took an hour a day to go get a drink with a girl?
I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. If I had an extra hour a day, I would be using it at the gym before I'd use it to go get a drink. You know.
Yet he makes content going
Not
to
just
clubs
to go get
like
a drink, but to
to
get a
prove
drink
to his
with a
audience that he's
girl,
mogging.
with a girlfriend, with a potential wife, in other words, is your life
You
a little
must,
bit out
Mr.
of
First a
balance?
lot.
Or are you thinking a little too much about maxing
He's
out
19.
yourself?
Why are you telling him to
Would
get
it
a
actually
wife?
help you, perhaps?
I
to
agree,
take
Mr.
that
First a
hour?
lot. Yeah.
But it's never an hour, because let's actually break it down. So first of all, you've got to identify a girl, right? Then you've got to shoot her a
That makes
first
sense, Glenn,
inquiry,
yeah.
whether it be an Instagram message or
A
cold
lot of it,
approach.
Grumpy.
So
Like a
we're already,
lot of it.
Down 2 hours, right? That just
2
with-
hours? How
But
long does it
he's
take you to write? You know, it
dedicated.
takes me a long time
to find a hot girl these days. Well, if you've got standards, it's literally 2 hours. So you go around, you find this girl, then you have to go and do an activity. God forbid.
Yeah, how does one identify a girl?
That's like, maybe 4 or 5 hours doing some jester max.
The woman
like
might send you-
bowling,
several have,
or whatever normie
think.
copes like Zoomers do. So that's already.
I gotta ask before we move on. What is Jester maxed?
like they're clowns. Like
when you go bowling with a girl? I mean, I don't think I've ever gone on a bowling date, but why is doing an activity with a girl you want to date necessarily jester maxed?
Because you're just like this. I think of it like you're this big jester, like doing these silly like activities. Like you're basically like just an activity cell. Like what are you doing? Like bowling?
An activity cell! An activity. You're just an activity cell! You're just an activity cell! You're nothing more than an activity cell! Oh my fucking god. Okay, the jester maxing thing. I don't know if this came before or after he started using the term jester maxing, but there's a clip of him like in a club with like 2 girls, and he's kind of being a little silly. He's like doing a little silly dance. He's not trying to be like super serious Mog. And people are like, Clav figured out the code of how to get bitches at the club. You jester max. Because the girls are like having a fun time. They're like, ah, da, da. And he's not. He's being kind of silly in this clip. It's not that intense, but it's just something. And I wonder if that came first, and then he saw that video and he's like, no, I look fucking stupid. I will never be a jester, making a fool out of myself, being silly and dancing in the club ever again because I am a fool and I was a jester to those women and nothing more.
What if you
I was not mogging.
Which is a less clownish activity.
I'd say that's a little bit more reasonable, but
Hold
we
on.
still, like you're this big jester, like doing these silly like activities. Like you're basically like just an activity cell. Like, what are you doing? Like bowling? It seems.
What if you become
activity
just a
cell.
dinner cell, which is a less clownish activity?
I'd say that's a little bit more reasonable, but we still have the same issue of the inconvenience, right? And the time, right? That's 3 hours.
Yeah, no, you would be taking. You're right. You would be saying the
Exactly,
time that I otherwise would
Gruno.
be spending
Look at
working
you with
out,
women.
injecting, jaw maxing, time that would be entirely focused on myself. I will be taking the 3 hours or 4 hours, or
Exactly.
to focus on another
Exactly,
person
Just
and another person with whom I could.
I no longer
maybe
like
build a
clavicular.
life.
Wait, why?
Potentially,
What
yeah,
part?
but I would say that what's available to you and your options will increase drastically if you instead dedicate those 3-4 hours into maximizing other metrics of your life. So now when it's finally time to enter the dating market and, settle down with that long-term partner, you're more established as a man and you've got a lot more going for you.
Okay, here's my
No
rejoinder
being
to that.
silly allowed. Not allowed.
This too,
Bitches
when you're
hate
talking
being
about how you approach a girl, even that has this through line of everything's online. Your work is online, you discovered looks maxing online, you found the drugs online, you started swiping right online, and even now you're saying, well, if I want to approach a girl, I got to find her and I have to send her a DM. And I think...
Well, that's just one avenue. I also acknowledge like the in-person, like cold approach method.
Yes, but that's the first one that came to mind. And I think that's probably true for most people today. And I think, all right, yeah, that's true. It's probably tough. If I were single today, I'd be on the apps all the time. However, I think I would. Maybe I wouldn't. I don't know. It's hard to tell.
Instagram mog's hard, especially like if you have a lot of followers. You're much better off there.
Well, Grumpy, he's not even attempting
Although then I kind
to
of
sell
worry, are
that.
they just after me for my, like maxing, gram mogging,
Well,
or do they really love me?
Well, if you're just trying to go for like, one night stands and slay, it doesn't really matter.
I would no longer be trying to slay. I would be trying to
I'm mogging. I had to go into mog mode.
And marry.
But also listening.
I would not be. I would find it to be sinful to fornication max. I would be avoiding that. So then it makes me think, all right, well, I don't have to do that now because I'm married. And I did something very strange, which is I married my high school sweetheart. We split up for a little bit in the middle, but I married my high school sweetheart, which people used to do all the time. Very few people do now. And a lot of people will say, don't marry your high school sweetheart because, especially if you're an ambitious, self-improving looks maxer, the pool that you can pick from is going to be so much better 5 or 10 years from now when you're in the professional world and you got some wealth and status.
Right.
I have anecdotally observed, but the plural of anecdote is data, that the best marriages I've ever seen have been people who knew each other when they were very young, and kids even, which is not online, which is not about status really, because everyone's kind of equal in school, which is not primarily physical. Obviously, you have to have a physical attraction, but you're not grading people on scales.
Okay, I got tired. I can't mog anymore.
Totally the opposite of everything you're describing in the modern dating market. But might that old way be better?
I don't really disagree with you there about the whole high school sweetheart thing because That's like a theory that we talk about called just be first in the Luxmax community.
Just be first.
And the idea behind that is all the pair bonding abilities remain intact.
True,
If you're,
Louch.
marrying, young and both partners are virgins, especially the woman. That tends to lead to more everlasting relationships, lower divorce rates. I think the data absolutely agrees with you there. I'm just simply saying that in my case, it would be a comical idea to put my career at a standstill for a girlfriend because that is almost required. It's very rare that you're able to progress to the degree that you otherwise would be with a long-term partner.
Well, certainly in what you do, if
The left made it legal to marry your high school sweetheart. I was gonna say, like, why is he not?
Girlfriend while you were doing that.
Well, I also,
what?
work pretty much all hours that I'm awake.
Yeah.
So I'm an incredibly boring person.
That's true, though. That is.
I guess
that's something I have to
streaming.
fight. That I work all the time. I don't have a real job, but I work all the
So
time.
Yeah,
I
they
would
are
almost
just
feel
the opposite at this
bad,
point.
being in a serious relationship and just being like the most boring, awful person ever.
Well, would you be boring? No, you might work a lot. You might have to fight to make time, for your girlfriend.
I wouldn't.
But would you be bored? And maybe you wouldn't want to do that. Why would you be boring?
Well, I mean, it's not really interesting when all you're doing is sitting on your computer, like doing a show all the time.
You're interesting enough that people watch you.
Oh, absolutely. But unless the girlfriend wants to tune into the streams and become a viewer, if she's just on the sidelines, it's not really that interesting. I don't know. Do you agree with that?
I would disagree with that because I
Really?
work all the time. And look, it's a little different. I'm married. I have kids. I have
Career Max.
many reasons to carve out as much time as I can to not be on the
No
road.
way,
and
bro's
to not
watching
be
us about
working.
to do. Okay,
But
listen, I forgot. I'm not
I
thinking of it like that.
endeavor to
Okay.
cultivate other interests and other desires. And other
Guys, what's
loves
Clav doing
beyond
for Valentine's Day? Oh my
politics
god, I
or
need to
whatever it is that
know.
I do, selling cigars. And
Yeah,
this,
he's
I
streaming on Kick.
wonder if that is missing from the looks maxing idea. Meaning, while you're looks maxing and doing the attendant wealth maxing and all the other stuff, we've talked about maybe a neglect of the spiritual maxing. But what about even like book maxing? What about even cultivating loves for art or culture or things that yet again are not exactly physical?
True, Grumpy.
Which make you interesting.
We're
and
just
will
like
make
gaining
girls find you
knowledge.
interesting.
No, I absolutely agree with you.
Hell
It's just like,
fucking
what are you
no.
gonna dedicate
Hell
your time
fucking no,
to?
turd. No.
Once again, I believe that once you start, you have to be like pedal to the metal.
I don't
with
know,
your
Aiden
career,
Nichols. I don't
especially
know.
these days with how competitive like the job market is and everything. So
So what
it's
did you do
just
for
about
Valentine's Day? Just take her to just give her flowers and take her
return
to
on
seven.
time
What the hell,
investment
7
for
star?
anything that you do.
Is that
If
a
you
restaurant
believe
or
that you
something?
can get more value reading a book for 2 hours than
Holiest
maybe
of hand
learning a
grenades. I
skill,
think that's called
if
being
that's
on
gonna help you
beta
in terms
blockers.
of
I think he's
your
on beta
mental well-being,
blockers.
then fine. Everyone's got a different answer to what works for them. So I'm not necessarily disagreeing with you. I'm just saying what works for me anecdotally.
Are you in college?
No, I actually got expelled
Burn
from
it.
college.
No, no.
well, then forget my
No,
question.
we
What
would
did you expel from
not.
college?
We
For looks maxing,
absolutely would
essentially,
not
I
for
got caught
a
with
million
steroids
reasons.
in my dorm
No.
room and I got kicked out.
No.
I only lasted 3 weeks.
Wow. That's I know other people who got booted from college. 3 weeks is fast.
Yeah, I'd say I probably set the
3
record
weeks is
with
crazy.
that.
Well, the
Didn't know
reason I
that.
ask about college is people think today college is about just going and learning a skill.
Okay,
and getting a job.
the person earlier when I was describing, like giving the introduction to who Clav was, who said, you're like a scientist explaining bugs. I feel like I'm watching bugs right now. Like I feel like I'm watching 2 different types of like the same species of bug like interact. And they have like slightly different like tunneling patterns in the ground. And I'm kind of observing how they reconcile with one another. And kind of, whether or not they incorporate the others' tunneling methods into their own, and whether or not they're willing to overlap those tunneling methods, or whether or not they're able to navigate each other's tunneling despite their differences. That's what I feel like I'm watching right now.
Making a lot of money. That's really not what it's for. What it's supposed to be for is actually not learning any skills. It's for reading old books and thinking about abstract mathematics and science.
You didn't tell how was your Valentine's Day? I've been streaming since 8 a.m. What do you mean? It's been good.
Familiarizing yourself with the greatest that our civilization
We
has to
look
offer,
match?
and
Fuck
thinking
no.
even about eternal things.
Hell no.
And then you can go, either
You'd
grad school
outmog
or
him?
an apprenticeship, learn on the job.
Yeah, I'd totally outmog Clev.
But it's about the idea that there is more to life than looks, and that this will make you a more interesting person, it will make you a more interested person, and that this is at least as important as how you look, and maybe much more important.
Go to balanceofnature.com.
You guys do. Okay, he looks like he's gonna die, so.
Where everyone's getting run down, everybody's tired, everyone's getting sick, no one's eating right, everybody's stuffing their faces full of sweets, and...
Yeah, those 10 cupcakes you talked about being the original sin, the original sin of 10 cupcakes, 100 women who are not your wife, and 1,000 people you feel like killing. Yeah, he said that.
Hey, if you want to versatile, they're easy to work into your daily routine. Pineapple life with this limited time offer.
That the actual
like for today.
I think that the actual interpretation of what college is supposed to be, like you just mentioned, is amazing. You know, people with higher intellect going to do these studies is a wonderful thing, and that's how you have a great society.
Why didn't he just become a plastic surgeon
in the
or something?
modern context, we're just sending everyone off to college universally.
Yeah.
And it doesn't really make sense to educate people with lesser intellect because they don't have the capability to necessarily put these skills into practice. They're probably going to be working blue-collar jobs
probably,
in a
Raven.
lot of cases.
Yeah.
It's just kind of like a thing that people do now without...
And they get $200,000 worth of debt as their reward.
Yeah, so I think that college shouldn't be as
You didn't celebrate Valentine's Day? Oh, sorry. Oh, are you trying to pity me?
Like a very sought-after thing.
This guy could have been a doctor by now. That's what I'm saying, dude.
But part of, yes, I agree.
He could have just waited
Part of
a
what
little
college
before he
endeavors
started
do
giving
can be
people
replicated elsewhere,
Botox
though,
injections.
which is to make people...
Could have gone to school to do
to
it.
make people well-rounded, to make people have multiple...
I don't know if
facets
he
to
would
their
be a
life.
good actor or
And
not. Maybe he
you
could.
mentioned
I don't
earlier,
know.
you said, I'm a little bit autistic, a little touch of autism. And I think that's true for
didn't say
a lot of
that.
people these
Said
days, whether we're talking about
autistic,
real
not touch of
autism or just
autism, but-
kind of habits of mind that singularly focus people, especially men, especially right-wing men, especially online men. Wouldn't it be good to be a little well-rounded? Do you have that desire, or no? You say, no, I've picked my lane. I am the Lux Maxer broadcaster, live streamer, and I'm just going to do that to the nth degree. Everything else be damned.
I would say that I am pretty well-rounded. It's just I have a very different idea on what's actually important to fit that definition. So like a thing that I often speak out against is young people getting into politics.
Yeah.
So that would probably be something, I don't know if you agree or...
I totally agree with that.
You know, so that's an example. Oh, well, you're not, you know, maybe people would contest that with, oh, you're not well-rounded. You don't have like a good grasp on like geopolitics. And I'm like, well, yeah, that's intentional because I find it to be extremely silly to advocate for young people who don't have a lot going for them. They maybe have like a very low credit score, low income, and they're worried about, you know, foreign wars or something like that.
Yeah, I agree.
Like that's something that I've always been extremely outspoken on.
I agree. Look, civic engagement is good, but these...
He phrased that. I understand what he meant, but he phrased that. It wasn't the best way he could phrase it, but it's okay.
You know, for a 14-year-old to be...
Yeah, I understand why that was really confusing. I think what he was trying to say is he is not a huge fan of the idea that people who are basically, you know, can't rent out an apartment because society has set them up in a way where, like, they kind of can't unless a bunch of money landed into their lap and they have other things to worry about. The idea that they should be, like, you know, really well-read on, like, international topics that are happening in real time. That's what he was trying to say, I think.
You know, waking up in terror at night because of climate change or some nonsense, some war overseas, I think is totally disordered. So I entirely agree with that.
Politics is so silly.
Because you got into this so...
You'd be too attractive to be
young,
an actor.
Because you're still so young.
That's interesting, Glenn.
Wouldn't you maybe... couldn't you apply the same kind of reasoning to a young clavicular and say, hey, maybe don't get so obsessed with this one thing so young. Maybe round it out a little bit.
Well, the problem is, like we discussed, it's a now or never thing with a lot of these growth pathways. So you can either, you know, optimize them and ascend past what was possible genetically without the intervention of pharmaceuticals, or you can just cope and never have the success that you otherwise could have.
How long is the recovery for the jaw surgery?
It's going to be about 3 weeks of extreme
Did
swelling.
he end up getting it?
And I would
I don't
say
know how old
for
this is.
100% of the swelling to go down, it'd be about 6 months. But after 3 weeks, like you're pretty much looking how you will. Just a gradual decline in like that final push of swelling.
Have any of the doctors said, hey, man, you don't really need this surgery, and this is kind of gratuitous, and maybe you're a little wrong in your thinking here, and maybe there's
I'm
even
with
a
you,
touch of
Julius,
body
yeah.
dysmorphia? Have any of them suggested that?
No, not really.
Exactly.
So you just go in, you say, hey, I'm a big
No, I think his
beefcake,
dad was a
Chad-looking
bodybuilder.
guy, and I want to give you a bunch of money.
I think his mom
How
was
much money
too.
does it cost?
Correct me if I'm wrong on that, please.
35,000. Okay, so you go in, you say, hey, I'm a 19-year-old guy. I want to give you 35 grand to make me look even more even more chatty, and they just say, okay, thanks. Yeah, swipe the Amex here.
Well, because nobody, in a lot of cases, the double jaw surgeries that I'm talking about with like the cosmetic implants, that's an elective thing, right? Sure, certainly double jaw exists as a way to fix, horrible airways and sleep apnea. But in my case,
Disfigurement from a car accident or something.
yeah, right. But a lot of the times it would be just like sleep apnea and breathing related issues would be the main cause for jaw surgery. But that's like severe recession and severe developmental issues. But most people in the modern era actually do need jaw surgery because they have dental crowding. They don't have enough space in their mouth to even accommodate for their teeth because of whether it be just poor development, poor breathing habits as a kid. So I would say that the majority of people would actually need jaw surgery to fit within the ideals of looks.
I had that and I did not need jaw surgery.
How does a 19-year-old get $35,000?
So after I got kicked out of college, it was kind of a rough time for me. And what kept me going was how much I was working. I was working 70, 80 hours a week at a restaurant trying to afford the jaw surgery because I felt like that was my way out in life. That was how I was going to ascend and,
thank you, it's a go. I don't know if I said that.
Ascend in looks.
Number one, W.
Ascend in every regard.
I wonder if they like Clav in China.
So when was this?
Exactly,
This was in 2020, so last year.
This is pretty recent.
Yeah.
So you get booted out of college. You're working, what was the job?
I was working at a restaurant.
Working at a restaurant, and you say, okay, the reason I'm working all the time is so that I can afford to improve my jaw with plastic surgery.
Because I figured the return on investment would be comically high, right? So you improve that much in looks.
The worst thing about all of this, is the world did prove him right. Which is crazy, because I wonder if there are other guys out there who did the same shit as him and they weren't like actively documenting it, so they didn't see the same return on investment. That is a really interesting way of thinking about it, though. Like, is there an objective ROI on something like that?
Going to be available.
Guys, maybe I should get jaw surgery.
You will absolutely
then everyone will be a
$35,000
Foxer fan.
investment.
Where do you get your
I just need to mog harder.
that that's the case?
Just what I've seen in society, a lot of anecdotes. Like we look at a lot of the come-ups for famous people. They'll get like scouted for being like famous actors or models.
Yeah, I think it's a good plan, right?
Like for example, like Jordan Barrett got scouted to be who's like one of the top like looks max people. Was scouted like while he's like stealing. There's this other guy named Jeremy Meeks. I don't know if you've heard of.
No.
So he committed a felony and he had a mugshot. Where a lot of girls on Facebook liked him. They thought he was good looking, so they bailed him out, and then he got a $1 million modeling contract. So like that's what's available to you once you hit that top percentile of looks. You could pretty much do anything,
I'm doing something wrong, I think.
Your life will be easy.
Now, I don't know that I'm not saying I doubt the stories.
We
but
need to ascend,
I don't know
guys. We
if
need to get to the top
you would
1%.
use those stories as the model for life, saying, you know what I got to do? I got to be really hot and commit a felony, and that's my pathway to...
Sounds like a party to me.
That good looking, being like the top, like 0.01
Bro, what the fuck
percentile
is
of men
this?
in terms of looks, it's just a guarantee for success.
I don't.
Like you
okay.
can't lose.
It obviously helps,
So
but is it a guarantee?
I'm not sure about this. I got a few more years than you,
With
but maybe you've
social
done more
media,
research.
absolutely. There's no losing when you're that level of looks.
I know
in today's day and age.
I know good looking. Look, maybe this is generations past. I know good looking people guys and girls, who have not had much terrestrial success. And I grant you, it's very important in show business, in broadcast professions, you know, acting.
But that's not just forgiving. He was those are people who he's suggesting that because they're in the top 1% of attractiveness, that, you know, they're getting all these things, you know. And if you're 1 in a million, there's still like 8 million of you in the world. Isn't that the stat right there? So like I don't know. Are there that many people who are really like hitting it big, appearance-wise? Is that... I don't know. Women are naturally attractive. I don't know if every woman who's in the top 1% of attractiveness is getting a $1 million modeling contract after a mugshot. I don't know about that. Hitting it big? He makes it sound like it's hitting it big. If he were just saying, oh, you generally get treated better than you would otherwise, then that's different. But he's saying it is the quickest, best path to success. The ROI is insane, is what he's saying.
People in the kind of worldly way and in the spiritual way, and sometimes in both, who are not even close. They are very looks moderated. They are maybe even looks minimized. And I know many examples of that, and I
You'd all be celebrating their hustle
of like hot people. I mean, this is kind of the joke or the meme is like the guy and the girl who were really hot. They don't have a lot of success in their lives, and you know, the nerd is the one who goes off to school and I don't know, becomes a billionaire. I mean, that seems to be
is he
more
gonna
the
say
stereotype.
Coke?
That's just not what we're seeing in today's day and age with social media. I would say that that's probably how it was for a while, but now when you're just able to open up Instagram or TikTok and put a picture of yourself when you're that good looking and, you know, get extreme success and brand deals and stuff like that.
In influencing.
Yeah.
Okay, but like we were talking about earlier, I don't remember if it was yesterday or the day before yesterday, or if it was today. I'm pretty sure it was the day before yesterday. When we were talking about the kind of content that's being pushed and things are consuming. I don't think just being hot really gets you that far on social media. I think like crazy clickbait does at this point.
That's like a no-brainer. Right?
At least not just posting a picture of yourself, because algorithms don't really reward that
persona to do well on social media with good looks.
Looking like a hot person. Okay, you know what I mean.
People on social media who don't get lucrative brand deals.
I would say that just like where I was, like working in a restaurant versus
people follow him,
you know,
not just because this looks, it's because it's fucking
like I
crazy.
Done better, absolutely. So that would have been a return on investment that made sense.
Right, no, but I'm saying...
Yeah, but keep in mind, guys, he's not just saying it would benefit someone more than if that were not the case. He's saying that, like, it's, like, a good career investment as a guy or a girl to attempt to be as hot as physically possible, because no matter what, that's the fastest track to whatever career path you're going to go down. I think that's debatable, personally. I think that's debatable. Because statistically, there are going to be some people who are naturally just the most attractive people, right? And I don't know if all those people are just having incredible things thrown at them because of their appearance. I don't know. Maybe that is true. Maybe it's not. I feel like maybe it isn't. I don't know.
You're saying looking good. If you look really, really good and you have Instagram, that's a guarantee of professional success and lucrative success. I'm just saying there are plenty of hot people on social media who aren't that successful.
Then, you know,
there are hot people in business probably who are not successful
as well. But I would say that that's a very rare thing. Is that even true?
I bet most hot people on social media.
I don't know what a terror chat is, but I know what PSL6
certainly don't get brand.
Well, what are we talking about by hot? Like good looking? Like some people think that like Sydney Sweeney is extremely attractive.
I've seen this clip. I've seen this clip.
I don't want to scandalize anybody. I'm a married man. I would say Sydney Sweeney is very attractive.
I would say that she's pretty malformed. Her upper maxilla is extremely recessed. Right? She's got the eyes of doom with no infraorbital support. She's really not that much of a looker in her face. I think that a lot of people with porn brains find her attractive because of her body.
I don't have porn brain. I don't know. Well, you're telling me that
I don't
that if
know.
a guy finds Sydney Sweeney attractive, he's got to have
No,
porn
I
brain?
think that she's above average in looks, but certainly not that like, you
No,
know.
you said she's got a sunken suborbital. I forget the words that you said.
Yeah, she's got a.
He can never just say he doesn't find someone attractive. He needs to speak about people as if he is a plastic surgeon and they're a patient in for a consultation. It's so weird.
He's got a sunken suborbital. I forget the words that you said.
Yeah, she's got a recessed infraorbitals and a recessed upper maxilla.
You're telling me you go to a bar.
I'm just saying she's not the pinnacle of looks that I'm talking about.
And before anyone comes in and says he's allowed to have opinions, it's not about his opinion. That's not the problem. It's the way he's speaking about like this in the way where it's like, no, well, she's objectively not attractive because, and he's referencing like very particular like angles of her bone structure. It's like it's so weird.
To actually succeed on and a recessed upper maxilla.
You're telling me you go to a bar.
I'm just saying she's not the pinnacle of looks that I'm talking about to actually succeed on social media. She's average to above average.
She's pretty successful. Doesn't that more bode for my side of the argument?
Not
that
really.
looks is not the one-to-one guarantee of success, even by your low estimation of how she looks?
Well, that doesn't, argue with my principle at all. That if someone is actually the 9 out of 10 looks level that we're talking about, the top percentile, that they'll be famous. I'm just simply stating that she's not that top echelon.
So who's really beautiful?
Well, if we're talking about just like supermodels.
Someone that I wouldn't recognize anybody, but someone that the audience might recognize.
Like, we'll talk about like supermodels like, Gisele Bündchen and Taylor Hill, like the
Those
top,
names
like,
sound familiar, but I don't know.
Was she the one, Gisele Bündchen, was she the one married to Tom Brady?
Correct.
Yes.
Right, so.
You think she's hotter than Sydney Sweeney?
Absolutely.
I don't know what she looks like, no comment.
That's ridiculous to suggest
No
otherwise.
way. They're different ages, I guess, so maybe I'm grading on a curve.
Yeah, I mean, maybe
Wait.
like we'll talk about like supermodels like Gisele Bündchen and Taylor Hill, like the top like Victoria's.
Was she the one, Gisele Bündchen, was she the one married to Tom Brady?
Correct.
Okay, well, when I see this woman, yeah, she's very attractive, but she's like the stereotypical like 2008, 2007, 2008 like Desperate Housewives-esque, like very put together, whatever. Sydney Sweeney isn't going for that. She's an actress and she plays young roles. It's not what she's, like.
Yes. Right. So
You think she's hotter?
Yeah, of
than
course
Sydney
she's really
Sweeney?
pretty.
Absolutely.
It's just different.
That's ridiculous to suggest
No
otherwise.
way.
But that's
They're
another
different
thing.
ages,
That's
I think.
another thing. There's like a difference. There are many ways in which people can be attractive.
So maybe I'm grading on a curve.
Yeah, I mean, maybe like her recently would probably not be as great, but
I don't know who
in
this
her
other
prime,
lady
yeah,
is. Hold on.
absolutely. Blows out of the water.
Why?
Well, because of her facial harmony scores, right? There's measurements that you could take of everyone's face to figure out exactly how.
Wait, and what was the other one?
It's in a
Doesn't that more bode for my
percentile that they'll be famous. I'm just simply stating that. Talk about like supermodels like Gisele.
Yeah, that's why he
and,
said anyone who
Taylor
likes.
Hill, like
He
the
said
top,
anyone
like,
who thinks Sydney Sweeney is attractive is porn brained.
supermodels like Gisele Bündchen and Taylor Hill, like the top.
Taylor Hill. Yeah, Korean skincare brands sign contracts with Sydney Sweeney because notoriously the consumers of those products are porn brained, actually. Oh, Taylor Hill is very pretty. She's very pretty. I'm unfamiliar with her, but she's very pretty. Yeah.
Like Victoria's.
Was she the one, Gisele Bündchen, was she the one married to Tom Brady?
Correct.
Yes.
Right. So
You think she's hotter than Sydney Sweeney?
absolutely.
No.
That's ridiculous to suggest
No
otherwise.
way. They're different ages, I
Exactly
guess,
what
so
it
maybe I'm
is.
grading on a curve.
Yeah, I mean, maybe like her recently would probably not be as great.
I
but
agree,
in
Mr.
her
Frizzlette.
prime, yeah, absolutely.
Actually, I heard he
blows
does
out of
have
the
a
water.
girlfriend.
Why?
Well, because of her facial harmony score.
I heard that he got in some kind of legal trouble very recently because apparently he told some TikTok girl to what's her name? Told some TikTok girl to come on a stream, but then Clav's girlfriend was there and then somehow they like lured her in for like to like get in a physical fight for the stream, and like it was suggested that maybe the whole thing was like a plan, like a planned out thing, and that hold on. Wait, now I want to pull this up. Oh wait, no, I have 3 minutes left until I have to end the stream. No, no,
right?
no.
There's measurements that you can take of everyone's face.
Must
figure
mug.
out exactly.
Must mug.
Exactly how attractive. They
Okay, we're leaving a bookmark in this. We are going to watch more of this. We will. Yeah, Jenny Popat. Am I weird for not being all that attracted to supermodels like he's describing? Like they give me some sort of uncanny valley. Okay, I kind of don't want to end this because I want to watch the rest of it. Okay, we can watch more, but I will take a side. I'll extend it to 30 minutes. 30 minutes. But then we'll see from there. But hold on, I want to find the video where she talks about
He is a psychopath with superficial charm. He cares for no one but himself, and I swear to you, he's going to end up shooting someone or killing them.
where is her full TikTok?
He is a psychopath with superficial charm. He cares for no one but himself, and I swear to you, he's going to end up shooting someone or killing them. We keep allowing him to get away with wrong, and that's why he's getting a big head and thinking he can continuously get away with things like this. When we were in the van, he pulled out his gun and loaded it.
What? This is not what I heard. Huh?
Comfortable and
sorry, I'm so confused. I feel like this is not about clavicular because this is not what I heard. Don't worry, I just will be live. Oh my god, in 30 minutes. Okay, it's the one where she's in the blue shirt. Okay, I think maybe she deleted it? I'm not gonna sit here and try to... Oh no, I found it.
Hi you guys.
It just has barely any views.
Incident that happened on live 2 days ago. I've been really distraught about all of this and just quite literally in shock because I realized that I was set up by Clav and his girlfriend for this to happen. They planned to beat me up basically once I got back to their Airbnb. And since the beginning of the day, this was all planned.
This is from 9 days ago?
He is truly the devil.
Love your shirt, thank you.
It's not a facade, it's not an act. He is a horrible specimen of a human being, and his girlfriend is just like him. His girlfriend allows him day in and day out to sleep with other women, if it's for money, if it's for the stream. She is always there behind the scenes letting this happen, and I can assure you after he's done using women, he throws them out on her behalf. He does all of this to please her. He humiliates other women.
What do you mean who? She said who. I don't know who you're talking about. Are you talking about the girl or Clav or...
Violet is
who this? This is a girl who was on Clav's stream and ended up getting in a physical fight on Clav's stream.
26-year-old woman who was clear as day envious and jealous of me since the day I walked into his life. I never knew anything about her. He never spoke about her. He never made it apparent that he was in a relationship. And that being besides the point, because I was not interested in him like that. I was there to be friends and do a stream, and I was invited there on their behalf.
I think you tend to oversimplify. I don't think this girl got jumped for clout.
I was under the impression that we were gonna go to Disney World and then go to
I do not think
that he had going
I do
on,
not think
and
this
I was
girl
gonna
got
go
jumped for
home.
clout. I do not
On
think
the
so.
ride back, and this is why it's set up.
Not everything's a
continuously
conspiracy,
asked me,
guys.
Do you think you could win my girlfriend in a fight? Do you think you would win in a fight with Violet? Who do you think would win? Do you want to fight her?
People don't plan and fake assault charges for content, guys.
Which, by the way, it's a little weird of a relationship that she allows you to do things with women every day, but I'm not trying to be one of those. I essentially said I'm not interested in fighting anyone. I'm here for a good time, and
this girl does not look hurt. She's not saying she got beat. That's not what she's saying.
That I had spoken to this girl over the phone to reassure her that I didn't want her man, and she could watch the entire live. I did not care about being with him. But even so, you already allow him to have sex with other women. So why are you picking on me? Why are you targeting me? And why are you bullying me when I'm simply here on behalf of your boyfriend? He invited
Probably skipped it,
me.
right? I'm going to lose my mind. That's not the kind of thing that's not, no. No. I don't think it was scripted on her end. Doesn't sound credible. I'm so confused. What? 100%. Are you guys kidding me? Wait, no. You guys are saying that you think her, Clav's girlfriend, and Clav came together and said, let's pretend to jump her.
This is gonna be the first good IRL with Violet.
I'll give him the mic.
Relationship.
Hold on. Oh my god.
He's been with. So explain.
I don't know, guys. I don't know, maybe I'm crazy. I don't know. I don't know, guys. I don't know. I'm not so sure. I don't know. Is this real WWE will blow your mind? No. I'm not saying like it's a real intense fight. I'm just saying like the amount of risk that would be imposed, like not just like, you know, reputationally, but like just on Clav's account for that. I don't know, man. Yeah, bro is not trying to stop them. But again, I don't really think that's what he's going for. I don't think. Anyway, let's go back to the actual interview.
They are. It's an objective
I
thing.
don't know if I think
the only
that's
thing that would make
scripted.
look subjective was like some people may prefer like more tan skin versus pale skin. Blows out of the water.
Why?
Well, because of her facial harmony scores, right?
Do not post.
Do you think she's hotter than Sydney Sweeney?
Absolutely.
No.
That's ridiculous to suggest
No
otherwise.
way. They're different ages, I guess, so maybe I'm grading on a curve.
Yeah, I mean, maybe like her recently would probably not be as great, but in her prime, yeah, absolutely. Blows out of the water.
Why?
Well,
especially with video evidence. Yeah, but she wasn't a random girl. She's like a famous TikToker. So I think people were kind of like, what happened? She showed up on some other person's stream. She was live.
Right? There's measurements that you could take of everyone's
That's
face,
not interpersonal drama. That's someone
exactly
trying to like
how
do
It's an
content with you
objective
and then
The only thing that
supposedly
would make
luring you
look
to their home and
subjective
then
was like
jumping you.
Some
I
people
think that's
may
I think
prefer,
that's
like more tan skin.
yeah, maybe
versus pale
that
skin,
should
like
be
we were talking about
public.
before. But even then, it's
No, I agree that beauty is an objective thing. So I totally disagree with the modern conception that beauty is in the eye of the beholder. I think it's a cope. And I do think,
That's my
with
opinion.
St. Thomas Aquinas, that part of what is
That's not interpersonal
beautiful
drama. I think drama
is
shouldn't be
harmony,
aired out.
you
This
know,
is not
harmonizing
drama. This is
radiance and
someone
things like that.
luring
Yeah.
someone
Symmetry.
to someone's
Yeah,
house
so absolutely.
under the
So
guise of
that's
it being
simply
business.
what I'm stating is, you know, there might be a false idea of what's actually that good looking if, you know, Sydney Sweeney were to apply that principle, start posting on social media without acting. Oh, where's my brand deals? It's like, well, you're not who we're talking about.
Now, hold on. Why did
Oh, yeah, they're
you
doing tons of
conclude
drugs.
that people who think Sydney Sweeney is attractive use pornography? What is it about porn that would lead you to that conclusion?
I think a lot of what they like about her is you know, her breasts and
That's
probably
true, Mad Jack's
just her
time.
body, and that's generally like a very like gooner porn consumer mentality.
But what about just her face? You know, what? You say she doesn't have a pretty face.
I would say that she's probably right on around average, maybe
Wow.
slightly above.
Wow. Okay. I would. Yeah. I wouldn't
They're
agree
definitely
with that.
drug maxing.
But
I think if you put her head onto just an average chick's body,
I agree with you,
she
Mr.
would be
Frizzlot.
pretty much invisible
Hmm.
outside of like, you know, a third world country.
Now, okay, I'm very curious about the pornification of it all, because this ties into what you've been talking about from the beginning, which is your whole looks maxing journey has been online. It's been revolving around every.
It is interesting that he talks about attractiveness in terms of what he thinks would get the most acknowledgement externally. That is very interesting.
Step of the way. And what is the definitive, I don't know, content of the internet? It's just porn from the earliest days.
Well, that's just the new look
What?
that you're seeing pushed by I don't know, globalism or whatever is like the thick thing, where you're seeing like all these girls who have like, you know, a lot more body fat, but their faces might be chubbier because, you know, they're gonna have more fat now in their you know, and their breasts. So that's kind of just like a new thing that's being pushed, and
You're
I think he's
saying
basically
fat
doing that
girls
to
are being
himself with
pushed in
pain
pornography.
amplifier.
no, not necessarily fat, just like, you
I
know,
don't think
higher
that's what he
body
said.
fat. Whereas, you know, you would see in like the '90s and the early 2000s, like with modeling, it was like a very skinny look. The face.
Did you
was
just
very
compare
angular,
porn to modeling?
And
Sorry, I feel like maybe they're both having two different conversations because Michael Knowles just said, "Oh, are you saying they're putting fat women in porn?" And then Clav goes, "No, not fat women, just women who are larger." Like in the '90s for modeling, you can't. Those are two different things, bro. Those are two different things.
I would say that porn probably did the most damage to you know, what's pushed.
There was a lot of porn in the 90s. I don't know. You weren't around then, but I was around
But
then.
it wasn't accessible by every 12-year-old with an iPad.
That's true.
Yeah, well, it wasn't iPads; it was computers. But I mean, internet porn. Look, there were.
It's much worse now. Like,
it's a lot worse because the internet's faster. But there were pieces of legislation to combat this in the 90s. It was the Communications Decency Act and the Child Online Protection Act, because there was this flood of porn all over the internet. It really started in the 90s, and they both got shot down by judges, unfortunately. The reason the porn thing is interesting to me on this topic is it's so online. All of this is so profoundly online. And one of the evils of pornography is it reduces humanity merely to the physical.
I'm very anti-porn myself. Yeah, I think it ruins your dopamine system. It's going to give you a very bad perception of how women are, you know, in the actual real life, because a lot of it's just acting. It's all
Says
fake.
Clav, but whatever.
Yeah, so that has done a lot of damage for people, especially.
I don't know if
with
he's
the
really too
recent,
interested
stuff
in
like OnlyFans
finding out what
and,
girls are really
just
like,
how
but I don't
widespread
know.
it is.
Just a
you know,
thought.
stuff being all over Twitter. It's really not good. And I'm simply saying that just like the look of women has been vastly altered.
Yeah, I certainly
Two insults.
agree,
Yeah.
or I strongly suspect. What do I know? I haven't read all the studies, but I strongly suspect.
Exactly,
that
Garuna.
porn
You
so
figured you
screws up
cracked the
people's
code.
brains
It's
that
all
it
a
changes
psyop.
their desires and what they consider attractive. I totally agree with that.
Yeah.
My point, I guess, is one of the evils of pornography is it reduces people who are, you know, these integral human beings with soul and body. It reduces them to the physical.
Beings?
So it's just, you know, meat bags bumping uglies on a screen. It's even one level abstracted.
Yeah.
But isn't that a commonality with looks maxing, which is to reduce the human person down to the level of the physical being the most important?
I would say that Yeah, it's not far from the truth, you know, but it's just what needs to be done in society. You need to improve upon this match.
I don't know. I think maybe arguably with looks maxing, yeah, it's shallow, but there's still a lot that's involved with like being a person with self-expression, and that I think that could arguably be a part of your soul, how you present to the world. But whatever.
You know, we could sit here.
Do you though?
You do. Yeah.
I don't feel like I do. I mean, listen, in my mind,
because
I consider
you've achieved success in other regards.
Pretty much, Blackberry
to
King, yeah.
Such,
other regards.
Are you watching right wing garbage?
Suggesting I'm
Why do
not
you think? Because it's crazy.
No, I would say that you know, obviously, anyone who does media is going to be reasonably good looking, right? So
take it. I'll take it.
Yeah. So no, you've achieved this success to such a high level that maybe you could make up for not fully looks maxing or not taking like the double jaw surgery route. Like, you know, you're a huge, you know, host of a massive show, you know, so that status.
Well, not exactly
might be able to carry
ironically.
you,
I'm commenting
rather
on it
than,
as we're
you know,
watching it.
having
Okay, but let's say that I weren't. I appreciate all the compliments.
Happy
and
Valentine's Day.
This is nice. I'll take it. I'll take a broad, you know, I haven't looks minimized at least. But let's say that all that wasn't true. And let's say that I were a guy.
That's a good question, Wilson.
I don't know, even more looks minimized. And I was fashion minimized.
Sorry, I need to not look at chat. I need to listen to the wisdom.
Able to carry you, taking like the double jaw surgery route. Like, you know, you're a huge, you know, host of a massive show, you know, so that status might be able to carry you, rather than, you know, having to.
Okay, but let's say that I weren't. I appreciate all the compliments, and it's great. And I like, this is nice. I'll take it. I'll take a broad, you know, I haven't looks minimized at least. But let's say that all that wasn't true. And let's say that I were a guy and I were, I don't know, even more looks minimized. And I was fashion
Looks minimized is crazy.
And I didn't have a show, and I didn't check certain status markers. And let's say I were just a guy married to a nice gal, and maybe she wasn't even that good looking. Maybe let's say we had a nice family, and we had some kids, and we were living in a house that's fine, but not that nice. And, you know, I made some money, but not a ton, and we had like a car that was okay, and we went out to dinner every so often, and maybe we got to go to the beach once a year. And by all of the metrics that we're talking about, you know, I wasn't maxed out at all. But mightn't it very likely be the case that I would be happier, more flourishing than the richer, better looking, more professionally successful guy? Or you say no, that's a fairy tale?
Well, yeah, I'd say that's a really nice idea, and like in theory, potentially, but that's just not what we're seeing in today.
I've seen it.
Well,
I'm not going to call anybody out, but I've seen it.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you've seen it once or twice. I'm sure most people that watching have.
Very difficult thing to compare.
On
You
average,
can't really take every situation and find an exact mirror
I'm
for
saying
it like that.
Yes, I agree with that. On average across the country, I bet that's true.
Good question,
however,
Bassa. I don't want to know.
The
I
whole
really
country
don't.
isn't made equal. And so, for instance, if I go to an average bar in Brooklyn, I'm going to get a different sliver of society than if I go to a traditional Latin mass in Wisconsin.
Right.
And I guess my point is, it's kind of even silly to create an average of those things because they're such radically different types of communities. And everything that I see is that the people who are, especially who are religiously active, but who are civically engaged, who are charitable, who are not thinking about themselves all the time, who are thinking about others and their countrymen, those people tend to be happier. I think they're flourishing on way more levels of success at a higher level than the people who live in this
I agree. It's so
very modern, secular,
America-centric,
largely online kind of world. And so I would just say, if you really wanted to max out your potential, isn't there an argument to say, actually put down the testosterone, put down the camera, put down the internet, go move to some weirdo parish in the middle of nowhere and find some nice, I've seen like not good looking guys marry like definitely hotter girls and have like a nice family and have a kind of life that isn't even considered on the table in our modern culture.
You know, I'm sure that we probably agree on most of this stuff, like what's ideal, like, you know, being super in touch with your faith. But at the end of the day, all the stuff that you're talking about is just idealism. It's not realistic.
I'm telling you, I've seen people do it.
Yeah.
And I regularly see people do it because I travel a lot.
I wouldn't suggest that that's
exactly.
I don't see people do it in Brooklyn. I don't see. I grant you, in a lot of the country, you don't see it, but there are places where it happens, and there are communities where it happens. So don't we have to consider that?
But from a sociological lens, we're looking at an entire society and the direction we're moving. So if that's still the case now, which you've probably seen more than me, you've got a few more years on me, but that's certainly the direction society's headed is towards what I'm talking about. I think you would agree with me there.
I would. I
And
totally
I don't think
agree.
that's a good thing.
In that case, I would say, why would you swim with the stream? Wouldn't you maybe swim against the stream or go jump into a different stream?
No, because that's not a realistic outcome, right?
Is it not?
To what? Take away all the liberties that we've granted women to sort of cause a lot of detriment to society.
To oppose, to use this example, like to oppose feminism. I'm not saying we're going to take away the right to vote. But I'm saying
why?
Well, listen, we got to repeal a few more amendments before we get to the 19th. But look, interesting conversation for another time. Let's say, forgetting about that, let's just say other liberties that women are supposedly have. The liberty to promiscuity because of hormonal birth control.
Right.
I would discourage that. I think it's good to discourage that.
Yeah.
You probably can't pass a law because of a couple of Supreme Court cases, but I would strongly discourage that. The liberty to go just like randomly date a bunch of dudes in some city, I would strongly discourage that. The liberty to put off getting married and having kids so that you can go do spreadsheets at the widget factory, I would strongly discourage that. So to answer your question, I guess the answer
Spreadsheets
is
at the
yes,
widgets
I would
factory, am
discourage a
I
lot of
right,
passes for
ladies?
modern liberty.
Oh no, absolutely. Like I don't think that the modern world is one that I like to live in at all. But I'm simply stating that you might as well adapt to the times instead of just like, doing all these copes like political activism when this is just the way that the world is going to go and the way that it's going to continue to go. People have been trying to, turn the tides since the sexual revolution started to happen in the 70s.
That's what I do. That's what I do at my office job.
Right? So
I do spreadsheets at the widget
Hold
factory.
on. Everything you've been saying is all this like very manly, take control of your destiny, even so much so that you're
on
going
an
to alter your
individual
puberty.
level.
Yeah, so why can't we do it on a political level? That sounds kind of, excuse the phrase, gay to me. To say like, oh, there's nothing we can do, like the elites just control us, we can't do anything.
That's a little bit silly to compare like starting a massive political movement rather than like individual action. That's a horrible comparison.
Why is that? Politics is just a bunch of individuals working together.
Because there's a lot of bad actors that don't want to see that occur. So it's not like you're just fighting against like nothing. You're fighting against people who deliberately want society to.
There are a lot of people who don't want individuals to flourish either.
Right. So I mean,
how do you divorce the two? My view, I don't have a liberal view of human beings. I don't think that we're just like individuals in isolation. I think we're the political creature, we're social animals, we live together, we work together, we are inclined naturally to live in an ordered society. And so I think doing politics is one of the most basic human impulses. And so therefore it's crazy to me to hear, well, you should go improve yourself, but don't try to improve your community.
Yeah, because it's a cope. It's not going to happen, right?
Has it not?
I mean, look at the
that
conservative
hurts.
movement over the years.
It really
It's
hurts.
gone to absolute,
Really hurts.
So conservatives.
There have been wins and there have been losses. I'll give you an example on
overall,
the
it's a
sexual
loss.
revolution. In 1973, we got this stupid Supreme Court
I
decision.
feel like Clav
Roe v.
does
Wade, that
not
said
care
you could
about
kill
this.
babies. It was in the Constitution. And everyone said, you're never going to overturn that. It's impossible to overturn it. It's a cope if you think you're going to overturn it. You guys are wasting your time. You're wasting your breath. It took 50 years, and guess what happened? We overturned it.
Okay, now it's a state-to-state thing, right? So abortion is still very much on the table. So like,
Yeah, but that's moving the goalposts.
big win. You know what I mean?
It's a huge win. To say that there's a federal constitutional right to kill babies, and then everyone says you're never going to overturn that.
Clav just wants to jaw surgery. He just wants to mog.
And then we do it. We actually do overturn it, and everyone says, well, never mind, that wasn't that important anyway. No, now you got to fight another battle. I agree with that. But I don't know. I noticed the libs don't seem to think that political activism is useless. They seem to think it's very useful, and they've achieved a lot because of it.
Well, I'm personally an accelerationist, so I'd like to see where things are going to go because I can only assume that the dating market is going to get worse and worse, and that's going to probably cause people to harbor some sort of resentment, and it's going to have a lot of like intergender issues. Again, I hope this doesn't happen, but that's just kind of what I speculate will occur.
Well, hold on. Because when you say you're an accelerationist, I find that very interesting. Accelerationism meaning, look, we got all these social problems and they're getting even worse.
I
and
agree,
so, you know
Mr.
what?
Frizzlot. is
Immanentize the
insane.
eschaton. Let's bring it up to the end. Let it all fall apart, and then we can finally rebuild something good.
Yeah.
But so you say I'm an accelerationist on the one hand, but you say I don't want that to happen on
Yeah,
the
they'll
other.
pull tons of ladies then.
That's a contradiction.
Yeah, I mean, I'm talking about the resentment. I'm not talking about.
But that's part of the acceleration is like we all go to war with each other and everything.
Well,
falls
just
apart.
because I want that to happen doesn't mean I really have a lot of.
That's crazy. I didn't know that Blackberry
the
King.
two genders like have a lot of conflict, but I hope that we can accelerate to the point where we could.
So wait. Alpha male of the group inherently
society and the
means
dating
white men?
market, because it's only going to slip further and further. I think the conservative movement, to a large degree, is a complete joke. And I would say that
for a long time, I agree with that.
I would say that now it's probably
Oh.
stronger than it was a few years ago, but largely a joke.
You should have seen it before Trump.
Yeah.
You should have seen it before Trump. Man, it's
So
rough.
if the stuff that I'm talking about really doesn't have, I would say it's probably more of a right-wing thing in theory, but there's really no political party attached to it. And if it is the right that's supposed to be, protecting us from slipping into this degeneracy that we're talking about.
No, we're in the degeneracy. There's no
Right.
protecting us from slipping. We've been in the degeneracy for a long
Going
time.
further, and if that's the
Then
right
where's
job,
the
I don't really
fucking
have a lot of hope.
alternative?
That's why I'm someone who's saying, yeah, individualism is
Present
good.
it.
Adapt to the society that we
Is that
live
what you're
in,
supposed to do,
because that's
conservative
the
weirdo?
highest chance of success.
Adapt to this, but hold on. You're saying the society is getting more degenerate.
Mhm.
Adapt to the society,
Mhm.
but also don't be degenerate. You see the conflict between those things.
Who's saying don't be? I'm
You're
just
saying to be degenerate.
I'm just saying it's what you're talking about degeneracy and the hypergamy stuff. It's not ideal, but I'm saying that's just how it is.
Oh, interesting. Okay, I misunderstood your point. So you're saying, look, the conservative movement has had all these.
Yeah, we were
failures,
talking about
totally
that earlier, Blackberry King. We've been
and
talking about
we've
this
fallen
for
into
like
this
at least a
degenerate
couple hours
society,
now.
and that sucks. Totally
But
agree.
that's just how
It's
it is.
fucked.
And but then your answer is if you can't beat them, join them, basically.
Essentially, yeah.
It's kind of doomer.
Well, is it? I mean, really, it just seems like such a cope to be going to all these political action events as your average guy. Maybe you have this perspective because you've got your own show and you've got a lot more influence over the way that the country goes than just your average guy. But if you're just one of the average viewers who's got no voice, who could risk potentially losing their job for saying the wrong thing in politics, I'm saying that they shouldn't really be concerning themselves with trying to change the tide of society.
Well, look, people have a voice in as much as they vote. They have more of a voice than ever because of social media and new media.
Until they get banned and fired from their jobs.
Yeah, there was a lot of that. And then we stopped a lot of that. I mean, Elon helped stop that when he bought Twitter.
Still happens.
But it happens to some degree. It's gotten a lot better. And I guess my point is, if this individualism and political quietism from the right
It's long. I
is
think we
what
should.
led us
I
into
said
this
I'd
mess
say
in the
30 more
first
minutes.
place
I think
because it emboldened.
we're a little over halfway through. Let's save the rest of it for another stream. And just so we don't have a really short portion at the end. What is this podcast? Oh, you came really late. I'm sorry. I can't go over it again. Yeah, it's worth the watch, honestly. This is kind of fucking crazy. It's insane. Time for the game. What the fuck are you talking about, Super Cage? I've been live for 6 hours and 25 minutes and 10 seconds. Fuck no. Alright, well. Oh, I forgot it's Valentine's Day. Happy Valentine's Day, everyone. You should go buy some chocolate. You should mog, also. Totally. You should mog. And you should also join the Discord. It's not worth watching? I don't know. I find it very interesting. Ignorance is bliss, but that's just too funny. Oh, they have all the views. They have all the views. Yeah, it was nice to see everyone. Let's see if anyone's live. Oh! Oh! Edible! Hi! Hello! Oh my goodness, hi! Hello, Rain! Let me give a shout out. Let me give a shout out. How are you all? How was the stream? Hello, hello, hello. The furry army? That's my couple. Feliz Valentinos. Feliz Valentinos to you too. Have a nice stream. Thank you so much. I hope you had a nice stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Have a nice stream. Oh, you're so pretty. Guys, you should follow Anna. She is so pretty. She's so pretty. And so nice. We were just talking about Clavicular. The guy who likes to smash his face with the trophy. Are you a OTP? What does OTP mean? Clavicular. W beautiful eyes, thank you. That happens to me as well. The looks maxing guy. We were talking about him and how he seems a little crazy. Quite crazy. Quite crazy indeed. Quite crazy indeed. He's kind of psycho-knuckle-eye. Yeah. Yeah, to say the least. To say the least. Brutally, yes, exactly. Brutally frame mod by ASU frat leader. Exactly. You know what's up. You know what's up. We're watching a really long form interview of some very conservative man interviewing him, asking him about like his political takes, and the Clavicular, he just does not care. He's like, yeah, no, I'm gonna get double jaw surgery, and the other guy's like, yeah, but we like, you know, we revoked Roe v. Wade, and Clav's like, I don't care. I don't care. I don't know what happened to the guy that Clavicular ran over. Does anyone know what happened? He is just talking shit, saying he's gonna get all that shit done. Frat leader final boss. True! True. Hello, 21! Hi, 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 hi. Hello, 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 hello. Welcome. Welcome, viewers. Hi. Hi, hi, hi. Are you guys playing any game? Or are you hanging out? Why did he run someone over? So apparently there was someone who had been following him around, or I guess stalking him, and showing up to places he was when he was live streaming. And so Clavicular was driving, and this guy jumped up on the roof of his car and started like making faces and holding his phone up. And Clavicular started driving, so it knocked the guy off the car, and people presume he was ran over, and I don't know if anyone knows if he is okay or not. But where are you from? We come from Spanish and a Lithuanian streamers. So I am from the northeast of the United States. I speak English, but we have tons of people here who speak a lot of different things. It was a Cybertruck too. Yes, it was a Cybertruck. Yeah, yeah. The whole original intention of the Cybertruck was to be very hefty. How recent was that, guys? How long ago was that? Like 3 weeks? A month? 3 or 4 weeks? He's really effed up. Like, maybe gonna die so bad, but Clavicular didn't get in trouble at all. Yeah, I believe in Florida, there's some type of law that dictates that he is able to defend himself. In that case, I'm not sure. Do I know any Spanish? I don't speak Spanish at all, but I can guess. Sometimes, like Feliz Valentinos, I knew. Maybe I'm just a mind reader, I'm kind of psychic. The driver got in trouble. Clavicular was the driver. So. Yeah, he had a Cybertruck. I don't know if it was owned or if it was rented or anything, but yeah. I don't know too much about his situation. I guess he's alive. But Clavicular keeps getting in a lot of trouble, over and over and over again. He did end up walking at New York Fashion Week. I was close to ending the stream, but we were watching some interviews of him. We found a long one that we got about halfway through. But I didn't get to show my chat clavicular running, not running, on the runway for New York Fashion Week. Which was like yesterday, the day before that. Have a nice stream, Foxer. Thanks, flying Pinguino. Thank you for hanging out. I want to see the actual part where clavicular is on the runway. I'd love to know.
Yeah, where exactly is the runway?
So I would assume it's where the church is.
Do you have any involvement in this?
Not really. You excited to walk?
Yeah, where?
I hate that these are all YouTube shorts. I want to just see. Okay.
Alright, let me see. Do you want me to do like the last look since I'm a looks maxer too? So like, they'll be more legit. No, not dumb chat.
The only thing that happened is this pin.
So.
Do you?
Is the
Something about seeing him backstage with the models is so bizarre because they come from very different worlds. That's all I'm gonna say.
What's he saying? It's all good. Yeah, for real.
Like seeing him interact with the models is so surreal.
Gloss?
Fix your hair's wet, your shirt's wet.
My G. I appreciate it, G. Yeah. Oh. Alright.
And then we're gonna run it again faster. Just follow the model in front of you. She'll space you. We feel good?
I feel great.
Okay. It's two go-throughs, not like rehearsal. We have a slow one, and then we kind of have all the models come out fast.
It is awkward.
She'll cue.
Hopefully you're coming to the after party?
Don't work your office job. Oh, I work it all the time.
Well, we'll see. Italian. Let's.
What's going on?
We got 13.3 thousand people watching a live stream right now.
Like right now?
Yeah. You want to read what they're saying?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead. Let's see. Bang.
Oh, that's where he. Oh my.
Sure, that's fine. Just stay equidistant from the.
I can't.
Alright, have fun.
But I don't want to be a pirate. Yeah, I think he might be walking too fast. I mean, I'm no runway model, but I
think I walked a little too fast there.
at least he knew. Okay.
Too fast. Yeah, I know. Alright, I might have gone a little too fast there. My bad.
Wait, how did they get that shot?
I fucked up a little bit.
Wait, I just now processed. Wait, what? no, wait, what? His cameraman was on the runway. What the hell?
Is that good? Too fast, too fast, too fast. Yeah, I know, I know. Yes, I got you.
Oh god, they did it again.
Walk slower. Alright, bet. Alright, we're almost done.
Attaboy, let's go. All right, go ahead.
Oh.
Exactly, Camp Olympic, yeah. Go get a little slugger. I know, I hate everything about this.
Alright, nice. Yeah, I think so.
He doesn't look bad, it's just this is so bizarre. I'm not saying he looks bad, I'm saying this is so weird. This whole thing is so weird.
Fashion show. Not bad. What, first and last, or was that pretty good? No, it was pretty good. Alright. So is that it? Now we're all set? Hell yeah. Are you going? Let's do it.
Oh, thanks.
Alright, nice, nice.
Oh, is that the
Let's get on out these clothes. Unless
the hygiene standard washing your ass?
Hopefully I could get back into my normal getup. Right?
I really
Nah, fuck that. Shower Max. What is it? What are these words?
I saw a couple clips of him interacting with the models and it was really
I could get a viral on
it was something.
Hell yeah. Let's go. Alright, let's do it.
Do you want us to go to the lookbook or do you... Okay, let's go to lookbook.
Not the red? Oh my god. Dude.
Can I do a photo with you with all the girls over here?
Hundo P, bro.
Thank you, Ryan. I like the
This is just so
yeah, no worries, man.
Alright. Can you get in the middle over here and I'll have...
Oh, I'm sorry.
Alright, bet. Oh, wait. Just careful. Yeah, go ahead. What do you want me to do?
Yeah, just come... And then can you...
Let's see. For the past 3 months of Redmond. It's right in.
I swear there were so many clips I saw. I don't know where they all went. I breathed it in. I'm gonna die now.
Yeah, apparently we're supposed to meet with Brett Cooper, he said.
Brett Cooper is such a random person to have here.
Let's see. Brett Cooper watching? Probably. Come on now. I mean, he's a happy camper, but they fucking violated him. You know what I'm saying?
Mogged. Oh my gosh, I'm getting mogged! Yeah, he's been on steroids for a long time.
Let's see. Brett Cooper watching? Probably. Come on now. Let's see.
I agree, Malzin, yeah.
Keg W? Yeah, you guys spam a Keg W today. Dude, people love this shit. People love. Chat, stop typing and start clipping. Clavicular, he's a god among us. He deserves to go viral. Okay, W Glaze. Oh, W Glaze. Alright. We gotta be careful because there's some revealing clothing, so. Yeah. Hey, Wolfies, what up? I'm geek.
I swear I saw some clips of some models actually like, oh.
For that.
Bro, I eat whatever I want.
Really?
I smoke. I think that's my bad habit right now.
Like math?
No, it's weed.
Cloud goes, what do you eat? The model goes, whatever I want. I smoke though. That's kind of my bad habit. And Cloud goes, you smoke what? Meth?
What's your routine for that?
Bro, I eat whatever I want.
Really?
I smoke. I think that's my bad habit right now.
Like math?
No, it's just weed.
Oh,
Weed and grabba. You know what grabba is?
Fuck no.
Like bushead grabba?
Nah.
Some New York shit.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know
That
nothing.
shit'll have you like spinning, bro. It's like a split.
Yeah, I feel like weed makes you eat more. No?
Me, no, bro. Or if it does, I guess I'm just tall. So
Yeah.
Just, like,
Okay. I'm already getting a half chub. Oh no. Obviously. Yeah. All the lawyers. Alright, but bang.
There's some point where he gets absolutely mobbed. I don't remember when it was, and I'm not gonna scrub through all this footage to find out.
Someone paying for that? Week. You know? If they had, how come tell me this? Bang, 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 bang. Bang, bang, bang. Yeah, I'm locked. I'm locked.
Just know that I absolutely hate everything about this. That's all I have to say. Everything. Every last bit. Every last piece. There's something to hate about every... I don't know, man. There's something to hate about every last piece of this. Cloud claims he does meth that he buys from black guys, but I think he's lying. I think it's probably just Adderall, honestly. I don't know why he feels the need to say he does meth, but... Because he already... That's another thing. He already buys so many random chemicals from pharmacies in China. Why wouldn't he just get meth or something like that, you know? Gets clipped? Yeah, gets clipped. You'd think it would get him investigated, but... Oh, of course, he's deeply insecure. He isn't even attempting to hide that. Meth is bad for your teeth, don't do meth. Don't tell Clav that. He really was working hard on his teeth in the jaw surgery. Imagine getting to do this, and rather than experiencing it, you just keep looking at your phone, just mocked himself. Yeah, truly. Truly. He made the video about some meth use on a YouTube video a long time ago. That's crazy. That is insane. Brett Cooper says she is not the twin sister of Ben Shapiro, but I have my doubts. I see where you're coming from with that. I see where you're coming from. I do indeed see where you're coming from. Now, usually my streams are 6 hours long, but it's been 6 hours, 44 minutes, and 50 seconds. So, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to force myself to skedaddle. I know, painful. But thank you to the Anna Blue viewers. You guys are really lovely. You guys are really cool. If you're new here and you followed, then hopefully I see you again soon, and hopefully I can stop in a stream. You guys are awesome. And feel free to join the Discord if you guys want to just talk or hang out. They're manually approved, the applications, so yeah. Thank you, nice stream the time that I was here. I'm glad you guys are able to enjoy it and catch the end of it. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I like this shirt as well. I think it's fun. All right. I'll see you guys very soon, hopefully. Let's see if there's someone we can pass his viewers on to, since Anna was so kind as to pass them to us. I don't know who this is, but we're rating them. Oh, are we? Oh. Oh. Maybe we're not. Oh, never mind, we're not. Oh. Okay. Okay. Oh, no. Fuck. Why do I keep thinking I can... Twitch, give me more. More people to raid, please. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna do the thing I used to do a really long time ago. I'm gonna close my eyes. I'm gonna put my finger on the screen. And unless it's I really can't do it, I'm just gonna do it. Okay. Why did it freeze? What is this? What am I looking
Grumpy
at?
Savior has subscribed for 59
Yo,
months.
thank you, Grumpy, for the 59. I don't know what this is, but I have to go. Oh god, okay guys. Thank you for the tier 3 signals in advance, that's crazy! Ah! I don't know what this is. I'm leaving after this. I'm really sorry. This is probably a very underwhelming stream. I don't know what the fuck's going on. You could just send your stream. I want to raid! Alright. It only takes a couple minutes, it's fine. Alright. I hope you guys enjoy this. I don't know what the hell it is. I appreciate you all. Thank you to everyone who supported. Not just today, but this week in general. I had a really hard time last week. I was in a lot of pain, and so this week was really fun for me. Thank you guys. It's been a great year so far. Thank you. Alright. Bye.